Witch's Whispers, How to Love Yourself, Episode 2. Produced by Witch Zatta. Part 1. Opening. You don't notice the first hairline crack until light touches it in a certain angle. The window looks intact all day, and then at dusk a thin silver line appears, delicate as a strand of hair on glass. That is how unease begins. Imperceptible under the bright routines, obvious when the room falls quiet and the remaining light turns honest. The kettle hovers between silence and a first soft simmer. The fridge hum becomes a distant shore. A motorbike passes on the street and leaves a small quiver in the air. You hold your mug and watch steam drift against the window, and somewhere beneath the tasks you've completed and the ones still waiting like folded paper on a desk, a single question breathes. When did I set myself down and walk on without me? No sirens, no thunderclap, just the weight of your own hand on a ceramic cup and the sudden awareness that it is heavier than it used to be. You think of the versions of you that pass each other in a hallway. One carrying laughter for colleagues, one carrying patience for family, one carrying confidence for clients, one carrying a key ring for doors you never truly enter. They nod in greeting. They keep walking. None of them stop to ask what the original is doing now. Perhaps this is why you find yourself studying small things more closely. The faint notch on the table edge where a box once scraped its corner, the shape of dust in a sunbeam, the way fabric rubs a whisper from your sleeve when you turn. You are searching for proof that your senses still belong to you. The air smells like rain that hasn't fallen yet, tin and leaf and a hint of chalk from an old wall. A bus sighs outside the building and you can tell, by the pitch of its brakes, that it's running late. Someone's television leaks laughter through the thinness of evening. You try out a smile just to hear how it feels in your face without an audience, and you're startled to find that the muscles do not remember the full choreography. That's when the question returns with a little more authority. Where is the part of me that is not busy being useful? The witch sits down across from you without ceremony, as if she had always been in the room, as if the chair learned to soften for her. She smells like cedar and something faintly metallic, like old coins and clean knives. When she speaks, the room does not become dramatic. It becomes precise. You have done well, she says, not like a compliment, but like the naming of weather. You have carried what needed carrying. Now, the day has thinned. This is the hour for exact questions. She is not interested in the data you keep at the front of your tongue for meetings. She is interested in the pulse you keep forgetting to feel. You test out the inventory you know how to recite. I have kept the deadlines, I have given the rides, I have answered the messages, I have cooked, washed, scheduled, fixed, smiled. The list sounds confident and strangely hollow, like reading a map after the landmarks have moved. The witch tilts her head, not satisfied, not impatient. She asks you about the temperature of the water when you washed your hands, whether the heat loosened the small knot at the base of your thumb. She asks what the hallway smelled like this morning. Detergent? Rain? Fear? She asks about the moment your name was called, and you answered a little too quickly, as if being needed was oxygen. You realize this is not an audit of performance. It is a rescue of sensation. The soul comes back through a door labeled simple. So you give her your simple. You tell her the toast was a shade too dark, bitter at the edge and, strangely, comforting for its imperfection. You describe the elevator's mirror, how it caught you looking like someone halfway between a decision and a delay. You admit that the laugh you offered a coworker felt like a coin tossed into a well you no longer believe will echo. You tell her you have become very skilled at "it's fine," the kind of sentence that patches a conversation but frays a person. She does not scold you for the habit. She asks where you learned it. You say you learned it from hands that were always full, parents, mentors, elders, so full they had to balance need with neatness. You were taught to put the glass down softly, so it did not ring. You were taught to lock your own hunger in the pantry and feed others first. You were taught that brave looks like quiet. The witch listens the way good basalt holds heat, steadily, releasing it back into a cold evening in a way you can use. Then let us warm the rooms you locked, she says. Not all at once, one at a time. You are not a failure for forgetting. You are simply someone who has been busy surviving. A neighbor's door latches somewhere down the corridor. Your kettle finally commits to boil. The witch nods at the sound and you pour hot water over tea leaves that rise and settle like a small storm learning to rest. The scent is gentle and green. You realize you are thirsty in a way that has nothing to do with your mouth. I don't know where to start. You confess, and the confession is not dramatic. It is tidy, like placing your keys in the bowl by the door instead of dropping them on a chair. Start with the smallest thing that tells the truth, she says, and don't try to fix it while it is speaking. You look at your hands. You look at the faint crescent where a ring used to sit, and remember how long you kept the habit of twisting metal even after the metal was gone. You look at your phone face down on the table and notice, as if for the first time, the smudge of your own thumb's oil. I am tired, you say at last. The witch's eyes don't widen. Good, she says. A true sentence knows its own weight. She gestures for another. I am afraid. You add, and the room does not shrink. Of what? Of being ordinary. Of stopping and finding there is nothing under all my motion. The witch smiles in the way old mountains smile, with patience and the confidence of having seen many storms. Then the work is not to outrun ordinary, she says. It is to become intimate with it. Ordinary is the only place a life can be held. Outside, a delivery truck rattles past and leaves the air smelling briefly of oil and rope. You hear your neighbor's washing machine tumble, socks translating weight into rhythm on a metal drum. The witch asks you to notice 3 things you can see, 3 things you can hear, 3 things you can touch. It sounds childish until you obey and feel your heart climb down a rung. You name the small fray on the curtain hem, the chipped edge of a saucer, the bruise on a banana you will eat anyway. You hear the radiator click, the distant escalator of a subway station, your own breath touching the inside of your mouth. You touch the table's grain, the slip of porcelain, the soft seam at your wrist where skin and sleeve negotiate. None of it solves your life. All of it returns you to it. Love, the witch says, and the word does not arrive with violins. It arrives with a broom, with a calendar, with a worn apron and ink that doesn't run. You think loving yourself must be large, grand gestures and sweeping vows. But love is a choreography of small, repeatable moves. It trims a wick. It refills the salt. It chooses water before noise. You want to argue for the poetry of wild rescue. She gives you a different poetry, the dignity of habits that make room for you to exist. Love is continuity, she says. The soul trusts what it sees you do every day. You stare at the tea leaves trapped at the bottom of your cup like a map waiting for a finger to trace it. If love is continuity, then the work is not to build a cathedral overnight. It is to light a lamp at the same hour and let the body believe it will be lit again tomorrow. You think of the ways you could do this without advertisement. The 10 seconds of stillness in an elevator, the politely refused small extra task that isn't small, the hand laid flat on your own chest before you answer a message that will cost you. You do not need an audience for these. You need practice. Then practice, the witch says aloud, as if she had followed your thought to its shore. The question is not, do I know how to be gentle with myself? The question is, will I do one gentle thing before I sleep? The difference between knowing and doing is a door you can open tonight. The floor beneath your feet feels a little steadier. Not solved, not finished, just accurately weighted. You realize some of your urgency has been theater, a thing you perform to prove you're trying. The witch is not fooled and does not need the show. She gives you permission to be unremarkable and faithful. The relief is almost embarrassing. You are tempted, here at the threshold, to promise an overhaul, to declare that tomorrow you'll wake at dawn and be reborn into a new discipline. The witch raises a hand, amused. Revolutions are loud, she says. Reverence is quiet. Start with quiet. She invites you to decide on a single sentence you can carry into sleep, the way a child carries a stone from the beach to know the sea was real. You consider competing slogans and discard them. The sentence that settles is shy and firm. I will not abandon myself. It feels neither grand nor fragile. It feels like a key. You say it once under your breath, the way a locksmith tests a cut against a lock. The turn is clean. The witch stands. You do not hear her chair move. We have opened a window, she says, and named the weather. Next, We call your name into the hallway. You will be surprised who answers. She gestures toward the door, not out, not away, but inward, toward the corridor where your other selves have been walking for years. You imagine clearing your throat and asking for the first time without apology, "Are you there? Do you need anything I can give?" Perhaps the competent one will say she is tired of being impressive. Perhaps the caretaking one will admit her arms ache. Perhaps the clever one will ask, shyly, for affection. You are not afraid of the answers the way you were 5 minutes ago. You have tea and a sentence and a map with 3 visible landmarks: see, hear, touch. Before she leaves, the witch steps close enough that you can see the tiny scars at the base of her fingers, half moons of old work. "Tonight," she whispers, and her breath smells a little like cloves, "you owe nothing to the thunder. You owe everything to the lamp." She taps the table where your hand rests. Say your sentence once more, and let the house remember it. You do. The pipes settle. Somewhere, a neighbor laughs. The crack in the window doesn't disappear, but the light that found it earlier is gone. The evening has folded it into itself without malice. There will be time to mend. There will be time to ask for help. There will be time to choose a different door. For now, you rinse the cup, wipe the counter with a cloth that smells faintly of lemon, and switch off the main light. You leave the small lamp by the bookshelves on. The room exhales. In the corner, your coat hangs like a person who is not in a hurry anymore. In the hallway, your name waits to be called, and when you call it, this time you will listen for the echo, and then for the answer. Witches whisper. You don't have to love yourself loudly. You have to love yourself daily. Leave a lamp on for the you who comes home late. She will recognize the light. Part 2, the call. The witch does not raise her voice. She widens the room. The walls seem to step back half a pace, enough for air to move without rubbing its elbows on your thoughts. Her questions arrive like the first drops before real rain. Small, precise, impossibly accurate. Do you also wake before the alarm because your ribs have already begun the day without you? Do you also smile in doorways you never feel invited to enter? Do you also say it's fine because you're afraid that if you tell the truth, something you won't be able to put back will break? She studies your face the way a mapmaker studies coastlines, patient with every inlet and stubborn rock. If the answer is yes, good. Yes is a door. You shift in your chair. The fabric sighs under you, a little saline from yesterday's sweat, a little detergent from last night's wash. Somewhere down the hall, the elevator opens. Someone laughs and then swallows the laugh as if it were too big for the hour. The witch continues, not to overwhelm, but to resonate. Have you ever put your hunger on a high shelf and then forgotten which cupboard you used? Have you arranged your day like a fruit bowl for other people's hands? Do you hear yourself ask, "What do you need?" before you've learned the sound of your own answer? She is not accusing you. She is calling you by name in a language your bones remember. The call does not come in trumpets. It comes in details. It comes as the taste of slightly burnt toast that you pretend not to mind because it's fast, as the quick nod you give your reflection to avoid a longer meeting, as the way you reach for your phone when silence makes a sound too large to share a room with. It comes as the email you compose with polite confidence while your throat feels tight, as the half joke you make so no one has to notice what you need, as the way you accept the one more thing that is never one, the quick favor that is never quick. The call says, "Do you notice?" Not to punish you, but to return you to the power that lives 1 inch behind noticing. You could ignore it. You already have many times. You can drown it in productivity, salt it with entertainment, sweeten it with applause. But the call is patient and accurate. It will return to the same place. The moment before you say yes. The beat right there is where you put yourself down or pick yourself up. The witch knows it. Say yes when you mean yes, she says softly. And say not yet when you need time to be true. Do you think love refuses you when you ask for a minute? Love that won't wait a minute was never staying for an hour. You want to ask for examples, something you can hold while your hands are still learning not to shake. The witch obliges. At work, she says, it sounds like, I can take this, and I will need 2 days and A's dataset. In your chest, it feels like the floor coming back under your feet. She lets that settle, then nods toward the edge of your day, where home begins. In love, it sounds like, I want to hear about your day, and first I need 15 quiet minutes to arrive. In your body, it feels like your jaw unclenching before you speak. She isn't finished. In family, it sounds like, I know you're worried. Comparisons make me anxious. Ask me what I did right today. In friendship, it sounds like, I want to come. Let's make it next week so I can be more present. In dreams, it sounds like, 15 minutes tonight, even if it's clumsy. She smiles, not at your performance, but at your pulse. All calls are invitations. You are allowed to RSVP as yourself. The room smells faintly of citrus from the cloth you used to wipe the counter. Your tea has cooled to a temperature your tongue likes. You are surprised to find that these small mercies matter. The witch asks a stranger question. Where in your body do you keep the word should? You touch your shoulders without thinking. Good, she says. Now touch the place you keep the word want. Your hand hesitates, then lands a little left of center, where the ribs make a gentle cage. That is where we will listen from. Her voice thins to a whisper that still feels heavy. Some of your yes have been costume sewn from other people's fear. Some of your no's have been prayers said in the wrong direction. We will learn to cut and restitch. The call is not just to withdraw from what harms you, it is to approach what holds you. She asks you to name 3 ordinary things that feel like shelter when you pay attention to them. You choose the weight of your mug, the coolness of the doorknob, the fabric that fails to scratch because it has learned your skin. This is not sentimentality, the witch says, anticipating the part of you that rolls its eyes. This is training. If your nervous system only recognizes emergency, it will not trust peace when you offer it. We will teach it peace in measurements it can absorb. Say this out loud, she adds, and you do, aware of how strange your voice sounds when it is unhurried. I do not have to earn my breath. She waits. Again. You repeat it, and the second time your lungs answer, before your mind does. Say, I want to be present when I say yes. You feel your sternum expand the width of a fingertip. Say, I will not abandon myself to look kind. This time something low in your back lets go, and you do not realize you've been bracing until you aren't. The witch watches the micro changes. The drop of your shoulders, the way your eyes find a fixed point that is not a screen. When the body hears the truth spoken gently by the person who lives in it, she says, it believes you. She does not promise a clean calendar, a flawless romance, a family that suddenly speaks the exact language you need. She promises something more honest, that if you answer this call even clumsily, your days will stop feeling like a hallway you pass through without touching the walls. You will still be busy sometimes, she says, but you won't be absent. You will still be generous, but not as a way to disappear. You will still be capable, but capability won't be your only name. You consider how much of your life has been spent proving you deserve the chair you're sitting in. The witch tilts her head. Sit anyway. You are not on trial. A neighbor drops a pan. The sound rings once and then dissolves. Outside, a bus exhales and pulls away. Inside, another question presents itself, less dramatic than you expected. What do you need before bed to come back to yourself? Not what you need to be impressive tomorrow. Not what you need to keep up. What you need to return. The answer is small and exact. Water. A light that leaves the corners dark. The permission to put your phone face down and touch the table's grain for 10 seconds. You are startled by your own clarity. The witch is not. Call accepted, she says. She shows you the simplest altar. A clear glass of water by the door you most often use. A smooth stone by the bed. A card that says, I am here, where you put your keys. Every time you pass one, she says, do not make a wish. Make a report. You blink. A report. She nods. Report that you are present. The soul trusts repetition more than fireworks. You imagine it. Fingers grazing the rim of the glass. Palm touching stone. Eyes finding the card after a long day and saying, perhaps out loud, still here. The ritual is so unspectacular it might actually survive your life. But what if the world doesn't like my no? You ask, because this is the question that sits like a coin under your tongue, metallic, heavy, hard to spit out. The witch does not pretend it will always be smooth. Some will not like it, she says, especially those who depended on your silence. Some will be relieved. Some will learn. Some will leave. Your task is not to manage their weather. Your task is to keep your own lamp lit. She leans forward. You can see the pale half-moons of old scars at the base of her fingers, proof that she has also worked with sharp things. You are allowed to disappoint expectations you never agreed to carry. The call is not a solo. She asks you to imagine one person who can be your witness, a friend, a mentor, a cousin, someone who will answer a message that simply says, "Wave if you see me choosing myself today." You almost laugh, but then you picture the relief of a tiny thumbs up, a scene, a heart, and you realize how often you have tried to move continents with no one at the port. Let someone stand on the shore while you dock, the witch suggests. It will make even ordinary arrivals feel like an event, and your nervous system needs to celebrate what you want it to repeat. She does not let you leave the room without one more test. When the next small request comes, she says, "The one that costs you more than it appears, pause." The word lands with the confidence of a floorboard that doesn't creak. Put your hand flat on your chest. Feel the temperature. If you are cold, ask for time. If you are warm, ask for help. If you are steady, say yes and mean it. You rehearse it once, palm to sternum, and discover that the distance between impulse and choice is exactly the width of that hand. The witch's smile is not sweet. It is kind the way a compass is kind. Never angry that you forgot which way you were going, always patient enough to point again. You do not have to be louder, she says, rising. To hear yourself, you have to be nearer. She gestures toward the hallway where your other selves have been waiting, competent, caretaking, clever, brave, and for the first time you feel something like a meeting instead of a performance. The air from the corridor is cool and smells like rain on metal. It smells like beginning. Before she fades from the chair she never dramatically occupied, the witch leaves you with a sentence you can borrow until you've written your own. "I will not abandon myself to look kind." You repeat it softly, the way a locksmith tests a new cut in an old lock. The door in your chest turns with a gentle click you can feel in your throat. Somewhere, your phone lights up with a message you don't have to answer tonight. Somewhere else, a bus pulls into a stop exactly on time. In this room, the lamp is bright enough for the next step, not the whole staircase, which is finally enough. Witch's whisper. If you heard yourself even once while I was speaking, answer. Pour water. Touch the stone. Put your hand on your chest and pause before the next yes. A call is not complete until it is returned. Part 3. Ordinary life. Ordinary life begins before your name wakes. It begins with the dishwasher's dry, papery exhale somewhere between 4 and 5, with the radiator's hollow click as it remembers its job, with the blind's thin rattle when a bus sighs at the corner. You surface to a smell that could be yesterday's coffee or clean cotton from the laundry folded too late. Your phone glows under a book you meant to read. You do not check it yet, not out of wisdom, just because your hands find the quilt first and gather it like a thought you don't want to lose. The room is cool in the way a kitchen is cool at night, even though you are not in the kitchen. The air has that stainless steel steadiness. You stare at the ceiling and think of nothing at all, which is its own quiet luxury, until the alarm says the day has obtained you. In the bathroom, the mirror carries the night's condensation in a soft border that frames your face like an unfinished photograph. The water runs too cold, then briefly perfect, then skews hot. You count to 5, not to calm down, but to give the pipes time to remember how to be kind. Soap smells like citrus and a little like hospital corridor. A towel lifts the water from your skin with a heaviness that feels more honest than yesterday's cheerful promises. You stand there longer than makes sense, listening to the house finish waking, neighbors' doors, the drop of a pan, an elevator bell, and rehearse the first sentences you'll have to say to the world. Good morning, of course, yes, no problem. Ordinary life is a choreography of keys. Keys for the door, for the bike lock, for the cabinet with the decent mugs. Keys for work. Passwords typed in a rhythm your fingers know better than prayer. The commute is a corridor of familiar odors: shampoo, wet wool, brake dust, bakery warmth drifting out of a vent. You recognize the station by the pitch of the escalator's motor, by the billboard that never changes, by the single tile with a crack like a lightning bolt made polite. People read, or pretend to. People stare at phones and let their faces empty like bowls tilted over a sink. You find your small square of space and adjust your bag so that it does not bruise a stranger's thigh. When the train enters the tunnel, you catch your reflection in the glass and you give it a tiny nod, the kind you give a colleague across a room to say we'll talk later. Work is a taxonomy of light. Conference rooms glow blue-white and dry. Hallways shift yellow near the copy room. Your desk lamp puts a circle on with the color of toast. The first email is waiting like a cat that slept on the keyboard. It wants what it wants. It apologizes for the hour. It uses words like quick and just. Your calendar looks like a neighborhood scene from above. Blocks of color, alleys of white where you might breathe. Today you will walk through those color blocks and try not to trip on the curbs. Someone brings you a problem thinly disguised as an opportunity. Someone else brings you a compliment wrapped around a request. You say your practice lines and feel your throat stay smooth. A small victory is still a victory. By 10:30, the office smells like coffee gone a little too long on the warmer, like dry paper, like perfume that remembers a fruit you cannot name. The printer's soft whine is a second pulse under your own. You open the document that matters and feel the cursor blink like a lighthouse you're determined to reach. The paragraph you need refuses to assemble. You stand, refill your water, walk the short square around the row of plants, and return to find the sentence quietly waiting where you left it. You do not cheer. You keep typing. The ordinary miracle of a paragraph that wasn't there and now becomes one more brick in a wall that will hold somebody else's day. Lunch is a rectangle in the calendar that never quite keeps its promise. You eat at your desk or in the pocket park with the three trees that lean a little as if they were listening. The fork is too small for the container. The napkin tears. Pigeons negotiate beneath the bench with the politeness of diplomats who dislike each other. You check your phone and find the thread from family, a question you can't answer yet about a plan you didn't make. You add a heart, a thumbs up, a sentence that says soon. You are learning to respect the word later without turning it into never. There are other lives anchored to yours by invisible knotted rope. A child's backpack waits by a door in a different apartment, and you will remember the permission slip halfway between stations, and it will still, somehow, be fine. A partner texts a photograph of a saucepan that has given up, comic in its collapse. You smile into the wind that scuffs the surface of the day and text back a recipe that uses one pot and no courage. A friend sends 2 words, still here, and the relief of being remembered lands somewhere behind your ribs like a hand adjusting a blanket. Ordinary life includes a ceiling you have not noticed in months. It includes a drawer that refuses to close without argument. It includes a colleague who doesn't know they changed the room for the better just by entering, and your quiet admiration becomes a private superstition. If they are here, this meeting will end on time. It includes the slant of 4 p.m. light that makes everything look briefly cinematic, including the stack of forms that must be reviewed, and the cup with the chip that never cuts you because you have learned its angle. It includes the exact sound of your name spoken by someone who needs something, and the identical sound of your name spoken by someone who wants to tell you the violets by the back steps have finally opened. At 5:30 you leave with the day still in your shirt. The fabric holds smells like the way streets hold heat. The grocery store's entry wash of conditioned air smells like lemon and refrigeration. You choose vegetables by sound. The honest thud of a good apple, the suspicious hollowness of a tomato that saw too much truck. A child in the next aisle negotiates for cereal in a tone you recognize from budget meetings. The cashier hands you the receipt like a small treaty. You sign with a pen attached by a chain. Outside, the plastic bag handles bite your fingers and you think, not for the first time, of bringing your own, and not for the first time, forget again next time. Home is an argument between quiet and chores. Shoes off, lights on low, a window open to shake out the stale, then closed when the neighbor's music arrives with more enthusiasm than taste. You wash lettuce. You rinse the day's salt from your wrists. The pan makes the soft applause of something cooking right. When you eat, you remember to put the phone away and the fork down between bites, not for virtue, but to hear the sound that chewing makes in your own mouth. It is not a beautiful sound. It is a living sound. Dishes stack. Water runs. A towel folds into a cubic discipline that makes you believe in tomorrow. If love shares your home, it stands in a doorway and tells you a story you only half hear because you are stirring. Then you switch and you stand and you say the part of your day that also needs an ear. If love is elsewhere, you send a voice note with the background music of a kettle and the small percussion of cutlery. If love is not here right now in any shape, you sit anyway and let the chairs say what chairs say when nobody rushes them. Stay. You watch a corner lamp throw a gentle wedge of honey onto a wall. You accept that you will forget something important and that recovery will not require punishment tomorrow. Ordinary life has its private heroics. The email you answer with one firm line instead of 5 soft ones. The meeting where you say you need 2 days and A's data. The moment in the elevator when you put your hand on your chest and wait a single breath before agreeing to the favor that would have cost you all afternoon. The text to a friend that says, I want to see you, and can we do next week, so I can arrive as myself. The 15 minutes you give the thing you say you love, your guitar, your pages, your sketchbook, without demanding it become evidence. The glass of water you finish. The lamp you turn off so the room can remind you that sleep exists for people like you. Sometimes ordinary life disappoints you in its ordinariness. You want drums, and instead you get the dignified thump of folded towels. You want a sign, and instead you get a sentence that finally lands in the email you were afraid to send. You want to be forgiven, and instead you discover there is nothing to forgive because you were not, in fact, failing. You were simply tired. Here is where the witch sits back down, as if she had never left, and sets her elbows on the table the way only someone unafraid of staying does. She examines your day as a jeweler examines a chain, link by link, looking for the weak spot, and she does not find failure, only friction. Ordinary is not the enemy, she says, and the air smells faintly of dish soap and basil. It is the only place your life can attach to you. The question is not how to escape ordinary, it is how to inhabit it without abandoning yourself. She asks where you lost yourself most often today. You point. The moment before the quick favor, the scroll that replaced the breath, the second mouthful swallowed without tasting because your mind was already 3 doors down. She nods, not scolding, only taking notes in a ledger that seems to record balances, not debts. Where did you keep yourself? You point again, the yes that meant yes, the later that protected you, the minute with the guitar that was clumsy and complete. She proposes very small calibrations. Set a glass of water by the door you actually use, not the one that looks better. Put a smooth stone by the bed and make a report when you touch it. Still here. Choose a single sentence in the morning and carry it as if it were a bus ticket you must show to get where you mean to go. When the train turns the window into a mirror, nod at yourself as if you were worth greeting. When the 4 p.m. light makes everything look beautiful, allow yourself to be included in everything. You do not need to post this. You do not need to name it aloud to be real. You need to repeat it. The soul trusts what it sees you do every day. The witch reminds you. Voice as even as the hum of your fridge. A lamp at the same hour. A glass refilled. The word later spoken without guilt. 15 minutes to the thing you love when you are not yet good. A yes that does not fracture you. A no that does not punish anyone. She smiles at the sink, at the sponge, at the pan that will live to cook again. This is holy, she says, and you believe her because holiness, when it is true, does not demand an audience. You rinse the cup. You wipe the counter. You put the keys in the bowl and listen for the small ceramic click that says where you end your day you may also begin it. In the bedroom you lift the quilt the same way you lifted it this morning, but slower. There is a grace in slow that speed cannot counterfeit. You lie down and feel the mattress learn your weight again. The window is a darker rectangle in a dark wall. Somewhere a neighbor laughs, and you are glad for them, not jealous of their party. Tomorrow is an ordinary day. You are learning that this is good news. Witches whisper. Ordinary is where you meet yourself on purpose. Lay out a glass, touch the stone, choose one sentence for morning, and give 15 minutes to what you love without asking it to prove anything. The extraordinary will know where to find you. Part 4. Subtle unease. It begins where nothing is wrong. The inbox is busy but not hostile. The sky is a responsible gray. The coffee obeys. The elevator arrives before you press the button all the way down. Still, something is 1 degree off. The light over your desk has started to flicker in a way that would be invisible to anyone else, but makes your eyes feel like they forgot their glasses. The sweater that never itches has a seam you can suddenly feel. The sentence you always use to open a meeting lands with a hollow clink instead of the usual useful thud. Unease does not announce itself, it edits. A word goes missing, a temperature shifts, a familiar hallway looks a hair longer than yesterday. Your body notices first. Not with alarm, just with a new fussiness. Your jaw tries to finish a thought your brain hasn't started. Your shoulder tilts to protect a tension you can't name. Your breath becomes a poor imitation of a real breath, like a child pretending to sleep. The smell of the office, paper, coffee, someone's vanilla hand cream, suddenly includes an undertone of metal, as if the copier were thinking too hard. A colleague laughs, and the echo in the glass wall makes it sharper than it should be, like ice snapping in a warm drink. Nothing terrible, just enough to make you wonder whether you changed or the world did, and whether either will tell you the truth. You watch yourself perform the economy of ordinary competence. A yes phrased in 3 efficient syllables, a no disguised as maybe later, a smile that buys 5 minutes of peace from a person who would take an hour if allowed. You are good at this. That's the problem and the blessing. The machine accepts your coins and spits out tickets labeled productivity, kindness, reliability. Your pockets are full of stubs that prove you went places, and none of them show the rooms you skipped to get there. On the train, a child asks a too loud question, and an adult shushes them with a hand on the air. You recognize the gesture because you have been shushing yourself all day. At lunch, the fork taps the takeout container and rings like a small bell you didn't mean to strike. You answer a message with a sideways joke and feel the joke land in the empty place where a request should have been. You are not lonely. The room is full of people. Still, a thin membrane has moved between you and them, clear as glass, thick as a helmet, and you can hear your voice through it, slightly delayed, a beat behind your own intention. The breeze in the doorway smells like wet concrete and basil from the sandwich shop and a memory you can't place. Grandmother's steps? A stairwell in a school? The brain picks up a thread and then drops it as if the spool burned. What is wrong? Nothing, but also everything in miniature. The colleague who always says, "Quick question," at 4:58. The calendar block labeled lunch that continues to mean typing with one hand. The way your name sounds when someone needs you compared to the way it sounds when you speak it to yourself. The plant in the corner that never got repotted and quietly decided to thrive anyway, which makes you strangely annoyed at its optimism. The witch would laugh at that last part, not cruelly, affectionately. "Show me your petty," she has said before. It is where your truth gets brave enough to be specific. By 3:30, your brain has the feel of an overused eraser, smudges where there should be clean corrections. You reread the same line twice and discover a third meaning neither time predicted. A gift of fruit appears in the break room, and you pick a pear by sound, testing for the right compromise between ripeness and forgiveness. The bite is wet and sweet and inexplicably sad, as if you have proven something by tasting it and also lost something else. Why sad? Because you are present enough to notice the pear's perfection and not present enough to notice your own. Later, on the walk from train to home, the air has the thin glass smell of evening. A neighbor waters their balcony plants, and a bead of water falls and hits your wrist. It is not cold. It is simply a truth from a floor above you, arriving without permission. You look up and see wind moving a line of t-shirts like quiet flags. Blue, white, black, a floral print. Why do these details help? Because unease thrives in vagueness. Details are doorways. The witch would approve of the way you count steps to the corner. 12. How you notice the change in paving where someone did a fix that doesn't quite match the old concrete. How you register the garlic starting in 5 kitchens at once. Name 3 things you can see. Name 3 things you can hear. Touch 3 edges, she would suggest, not as magic, but as medicine. You obey, and the membrane thins enough for air. At home, you put the keys in the bowl, and the ceramic click sounds an octave lower than usual, a private earthquake the size of a thimble. The room smells like itself linen, dust warmed by light bulbs, a ghost of last night's cumin. You turn the lamp to the low setting, and the shade lays a wedge of honey on the wall. The stone by the bed is where you left it. Your palm finds it without looking, and heat moves skin to skin like an agreement. Report. The witch once taught you. Don't wish. Report. Still here, you say in your head, and to your surprise, the sentence lands with a weight that relieves you. The day has been an argument. This is a verdict. Unease tries one more trick. It tells you to tidy what doesn't need it. The already straight stack of mail, the clean counter, the pillow with a crease only you can see. It tells you that if you arrange what is visible, the invisible will fall in line. You comply for 2 minutes and feel worse. You stop. You put water on for tea. You listen for the kettle's first shoulder-loosening rumble. Tiny mercies, steam against the face, the tea bag's slow bloom, the teaspoon's small circles do their old, modest work. You sit. You think of nothing useful. The relief is medicinal. This is when the witch steps through the door as if she had been practicing this entrance for years. She does not remark on your mood. She does not ask you for a report with charts. She sits on the floor with her back against your couch and taps the rug twice to ask your attention to come and sit with her, like calling a cat without using its name. Tell me where today didn't fit, she says. You try to answer in headlines. She tilts her head, smaller. You tell her about the flicker, the sweater seam, the email that used the word quick, as if it meant kind, the dish soap that smelled like someone else's kitchen, the second bite of the pear that tasted like the first time you told the truth, and the room forgot to applaud. She nods as if you are describing rivers. None of this is an indictment, she says softly. It is a weather report. A low-pressure system has moved through your boundaries. You want to roll your eyes at the metaphor, and she catches the movement and smiles with you. Fine, she says, try this. You have 10% less room inside your ribs today. We will not attempt to live at yesterday's speed. There is something so reasonable about being allowed to resize a day that your shoulders drop without permission. She sees it. Good, she says. Now we do not fix. We adjust. Adjust looks like changing the light bulb another day and moving your chair half a foot so the flicker misses your eyes. Adjust looks like telling the colleague you can read their draft tomorrow morning and then actually reading it tomorrow morning when your brain has skin. Adjust looks like texting the friend not, I'm so sorry, I'm drowning, but I want to see you. Can we do next week so I can arrive as myself? Adjust looks like eating the pear standing up at the sink because plates are not always necessary for holiness. Adjust looks like saying, I can take this and I'll need A's data in 2 days, and then breathing as if oxygen is not scarce. What if someone gets upset? You ask because the coin under your tongue is always the same coin. The witch runs her thumb along the seam of the rug and does not look up. Then they are upset, she says. We will not use your body to absorb other people's weather. She raises an eyebrow. We have tried that method. It is expensive. Something like laughter tries to climb out of your chest and actually makes it halfway, which counts. She asks you to find the place your mouth keeps shut. You touch your molars. Yes, she says. Now find where your body keeps want. Your hand lands at the base of your breastbone, the soft sternum place that feels like a door that sticks in summer. There. She places her palm an inch above your hand without touching. You can feel the heat. Now ask one small one to speak. You are embarrassed by how fast the answer arrives. Water, a light left low, 10 minutes to write without showing anyone, a hug asked for before you are polite. You say them in that order. The room does not explode. The lamp does not flicker. Your breath remembers how to widen by a finger width. The body believes you when you ask in sentences it can carry, the witch says. No horns, no speeches. Just an address and a door. After the tea, after the lamp, after the small writing that does not need a witness, you stand at the window and watch the neighborhood's evening rituals. Windows brightening and cooling, a bicycle bell twice, a child's bath laughter traveling through ductwork like gossip. You look for a sign, and the witch catches you looking. She shakes her head, amused. "No omens tonight," she says. "You don't need prophecy, you need repetition." She points with her chin to the glass of water by the door, the stone by the bed, the card that says "I am here where you drop your keys." Report once, then sleep. On the way to bed, Unease tries one last whisper. "If you were better, the day would have felt better." The witch rolls her eyes, so hard you can hear it. "If you were better," she murmurs, "you would be less human. We are not applying for that promotion." You laugh, actually laugh, and the laugh startles you with its ordinary roundness. You turn off the main light. You leave the small lamp on. The room inhales, and you feel the breath move through the chest you have resized to match the weather. The crack you noticed in the morning glass is still a crack. The light that found it has gone to sleep. When you slide under the quilt, the cotton at your cheek smells like clean and a story you haven't finished yet. In the next apartment, someone closes a cupboard gently. You forgive them for all past slams they never made. Your phone is face down. You do not flip it for a glow. A sentence comes and asks to be kept, and you keep it. "I will not use myself as insulation against other people's storms." It fits in your mouth like a smooth stone and warms at the same speed. You do not promise heroics tomorrow. You promise to notice. That is what Unease wanted all along. Not discipline, not drama, just company. Witches whisper. When the day feels 1 degree off, don't overhaul, recalibrate. Lower the light, move the chair, ask the smaller want, report that you are here. Unease loses its power when you stop turning it into a verdict and start treating it like whether you know how to live through. Part 5. First crack. The day chooses a modest stage for its betrayal, the kind of morning gray that promises nothing and therefore keeps its word. In the kitchen, the mug you always trust comes out of the cupboard with a faint line near the handle, a thread of shadow you could swear wasn't there yesterday. You run a fingertip over it and feel no ridge, only a coolness different from the rest of the ceramic, as if that strip of clay has forgotten the kiln's heat.
You pour anyway.
Coffee finds hairline truth the way rain finds the seam in a window, and an hour later there's a brown half-moon on the folder that shouldn't have left the house. You dab with a cloth that smells faintly of lemon and last night's cumin and tell yourself the stain is not the document, the mark is not the meaning, and yet the day has already begun to label itself in a language you don't prefer. The elevator mirrors make your face look like honesty with a good night's sleep. You check your reflection the way a pilot checks instruments. Light steady, no alarms. Then you step into the corridor whose carpet always smells like hot dust when the building's heat kicks in. Keys, badge, breath, smile. You perform the liturgy, and the doors open like obedient parishioners. At your desk, the light hums at a frequency just north of comfortable. The plants in their line pretend they're a small forest. Your chair knows how to hold you without reminding you you're being held. The first email is waiting, crisp as a sheet on a hotel bed. Quick question, it says, which is never quick, and tiny favor, which is never tiny. The sentence arrives from the exact person whose ask cannot be refused without consequences that will ripple for months in social water as shallow as it is wide. You feel the yes climb your throat like muscle memory. The crack makes it sound not in the room, but inside your mouth, where the word okay sits like a coin balanced on your tongue, hard and cold, and pretending to be neutral. You know the moves. They have kept you hired and loved and invited. Of course, you type, then backspace one word, and try the sentence you practiced with the witch. I can take this, and I'll need 2 days and A's dataset. Your index finger hovers above the comma as if punctuation could be courage. Somewhere behind your ribs, a smaller self whispers, not yet. You hear her, and you mean to obey, but someone stops by the desk with a smile that asks without asking, and the coin on your tongue tilts into the chute. Yes, you say, soft and professional, and the room keeps being a room. The other person's relief blooms like steam from a kettle. The email thread changes shape to include your name. Your calendar rearranges itself without asking your permission. It is a nothing. It is everything. The first crack never looks like a dragon. It looks like courtesy. By 10, the office smells like printer heat and fruit bruised in a bag. Someone's cologne tries to be a flower and ends up being a memory of a mall at Christmas, fake snow and too loud bells. The paragraph you need behaves, for once, as if it wants to exist. Your cursor blinks and the sentence lands. Small mercy, duly noted. Then the second sound arrives, a laugh in the glass-walled conference room that hits your ear a fraction too sharp. It isn't about you. Your body thinks it is. Your jaw tightens with its old, efficient loyalty. Your shoulders narrow to make space for someone else's wind. Your breath forgets its bottom quarter. The crack widens the width of a fingernail. You take a drink of water, and the glass presses a circle of cold onto your lip, as if the world is reminding you of your edges. At 11:46, precisely between "we'll circle back" and "quick sync," the person you wanted to impress says your name in the way of people who don't need to be told how much gravity they carry. Could you throw together 5 slides for the 2 o'clock? The coin reappears. Your palm sweats. Your habit starts its motor. "I can," you say, and you do not say what else you need. The witch would put one fingertip on the desk between you and ask why your sentences surrender their last clause right when they reach the part that would keep you whole. You imagine telling the truth. "Yes, and I'll need." And then you imagine the little flicker in their eyes, the calculation, the invisible math that measures your usefulness against your requests. You pick usefulness because usefulness has paid the rent. The crack learns your favorite answer and grows around it. Lunch is a rectangle in the calendar that tries to be a room. You sit in a pocket park with 3 trees that have learned the vocabulary of wind, and you eat food that tastes like competence. The right fats, the right greens, nothing sticky, nothing that requires bite-by-bite negotiation. Pigeons practice diplomacy at your feet with the dignity of failed states. A child negotiates for crackers with a parent who is trying not to be tired. You pretend you are not negotiating with yourself. Your phone vibrates with a text from family, updates carried in the tone of weather, a high-pressure front of expectation moving in from the west. You add a heart and a soon and put the device face down. The screen reflects a small piece of sky the color of a new nickel. You look at it until your eyes water. You don't call it crying. You don't call it anything. Naming would mean staying. 2 o'clock arrives the way elevators do, either instantly or with the illusion of eternity, never the sane middle. You stand in a room that always smells like dry carpet and marker ink, and you point at numbers that behave the way numbers behave, obedient until someone wants them to be a story. Halfway through slide 3, you hear your voice do a thing it has never done in public. It wobbles, not with tears, worse, with honesty. It is a fraction of a note off key, a violin string that has not been tuned to the room. No one flinches. Perhaps no one hears it except you. That is not comfort. That is the exact problem. You push through your talking points like a swimmer who has learned to breathe on the wrong side. When it ends, there is polite praise that smells like lukewarm tea. There is a question that assumes you have more to give than you brought. There is a great, and also that rearranges your evening. You nod. The crack widens to a slender river, and you feel the current begin to tug, subtle and steady and sure. In the bathroom, the light is gentler because it is built to forgive faces. You run cold water over your wrists, the way your grandmother taught you, the way hospitals remind people to return to their bodies. The mirror fogs at the edges and makes you look like a person someone has put in parentheses. You hear the witch's voice saying something infuriatingly simple. Report, don't perform, and you try it. I am tired. I am hungry. I am afraid of being ordinary. You do not feel better. You feel accurate. The difference is a door. You do not walk through it yet. You dry your hands on a paper towel that leaves a faint dust, powdering your skin with the residue of its own sacrifice. Back at your desk, there is fruit in the break room, and you pick a pear the way you picked one as a child. By sound. The tap against your knuckle rings honest. You bite, and the sweetness is a surprise you should have expected. The juice runs to your wrist, and you lick it without shame. For a full 3 seconds, you are present in your mouth. Then an email dings. The subject line uses the word urgent without a blush, and your body tries to become a funnel for other people's lava. You feel the shape of no in your chest like an organ that has been under anesthesia and is waking up with pins and needles, unhelpful and alive. You don't say it. You say on it, and your fingers betray you by typing faster than your throat can keep up. By the time the building's afternoon light goes cinematic, every object looks prettier than it deserves to. Even your to-do list has a golden edge, like a saint in a painting you don't believe in. You move through the last 90 minutes with the grace of a person who has practiced not spilling. The person who asked for the slide says thanks. The person who handed you the tiny favor says lifesaver. The person who made the joke in the glass room laughs again, and this time your body does not take it personally. You collect your bag, your dignity, your keys, your new crack. Home is a room that apologizes for nothing. The lock turns with the consoling resistance of something built well. The air holds the day's heat. The couch is exactly the shape of relief. You set the keys in the bowl and listen for the ceramic click, that tiny punctuation that tells you a sentence has ended. You wash your hands, and the water feels like permission. You stand in the kitchen and cut vegetables that forgive your knife for not being as sharp as it should be. Oil speaks the language of readiness in the pan. Garlic adds its vernacular. You taste with a spoon, you add salt, you taste again. For several minutes, the only call on you is flavor, and you answer with the patience of a person who remembers they have a tongue. Then the plate slips. It doesn't shatter. It chips, a clean crescent bite missing from the edge. The sound is small and definitive, like a door down the hall closing with care. You pick up the piece, and it is smooth already. No sharp teeth left to draw blood. You hold plate and shard in the same hand and feel an answer you did not ask for arrive in your body. This is what you have been doing all day, carrying the whole and the missing at once, pretending the rim is intact while your fingers know the difference. You put both on the counter and finally, without performance, your throat opens enough to let out a sound that isn't pretty. It is not loud. It is true. It could be mistaken for a sigh by a neighbor who does not know you. It could be mistaken for a beginning by anyone who has ever survived a night. The witch sits on the floor with her back to your cabinet like she lives here because in a way she does. She does not comment on the plate. She does not tell you to be grateful it wasn't worse. She taps the tile next to her and you sit, knees up, back against the cabinets, the kitchen smelling like cooked onion and victory you would not post. First cracks, she says, are where the light learns your name. You want to argue about metaphors. She waves a hand. Fine. They are data. She nods at the shard. What did today's data say? You try your old thesis statements and they taste like chalk. You try small and the words arrive ready. I said yes without the part that protects me. I tuned my voice to the room and lost my note. I asked my body to carry weather that didn't belong to me. I let the comma die. She smiles the way old furniture smells, like lemon, earned and almost domestic. Good. She gestures toward the sink. Rinse the shard and keep it on the shelf for a while. You look at her like she has suggested filing taxes with a song. She shrugs. Keep a piece of the day you didn't abandon yourself at the end. You realize she means it. The 3 seconds with the pear, the tap of your finger over the comma while the yes tried to run ahead, the accurate sentences in the bathroom that didn't fix you but made you precise. You rinse the shard and it gleams, not pretty, just clean. It clicks against the ceramic bowl where you keep peppercorns. The sound is the size of a decision. What if tomorrow I do the same thing? You ask because you will. Her mouth makes the shape of mercy without the theater. Then tomorrow we listen earlier, she says. We put your hand on your chest before you answer, not after. We put the word and back into your sentence. We ask for the data set and the 2 days out loud. We disappoint someone who is exploiting your silence. We leave a lamp on for the you who comes home late and forgets she promised herself gentleness. She touches the place just above your sternum without touching. We keep the plate and the shard both, and stop pretending the rim is intact. You eat. The food tastes like a person who stayed. The window takes on the blue that teaches lamps their purpose. Somewhere outside, a bicycle bell rings twice in a tone that means nothing special and therefore everything. You wash the single pan and the utensils, you dry them, you put them where they belong. The witch stands and the cabinet behind her seems to sigh with her shape. as if it can learn a person and prefer them. "Tonight," she says, "you don't owe thunder anything. You owe the lamp." She points with her chin toward the small altar you made without calling it one. A glass of water by the door, a smooth stone by the bed, a card that says "I am here where your keys live." Report and sleep. In bed, the cotton smells like clean and the quiet has a temperature you have earned. Your phone is face down and suddenly light as fruit. You think of the crack in the mug, the crack in the voice, the crescent from the plate. None of them ask you to be dramatic. All of them ask you to be specific. You try a sentence that fits the day like a lid fits a jar. "I will not remove the and for my sentences to look easy." It sits on your tongue like a small, true stone. You turn off the overhead light and leave the lamp. The room remembers you. Somewhere far off, an engine downshifts and the night accepts it without comment. You sleep with your palms open, as if surrender were finally a choice. Witches whisper. The first crack isn't failure. It's the seam where truth wants air. When you hear your yes arrive without its and slow down. Put your hand on your chest. Add the clause that keeps you whole. Keep a shard as proof you noticed. Then leave the lamp on for the you who returns. Part 6, Denial. Denial dresses well. It borrows your favorite sweater and says you look fine. It straightens the bed without asking how you slept. It pours coffee into the mug with the hairline crack and rotates the handle so the line faces the wall. If anyone asks, you had a good night and an efficient morning. Your inbox hums like a tidy hive. The escalator cooperates. You answer, "How are you?" with a sentence that sounds like a weather report for a place with no storms. Clear, mild, seasonal. Denial is not a lie so much as a lighting choice. It keeps the room bright enough to move through and a touch too bright to notice what's fallen under the couch. At work, you perform a small miracle. You put two incompatible requests on the same plate and call it lunch. "No problem," you write, and your wrist does not tremble. You add a smile to the message, the textual kind that folds a napkin over frustration and tucks the corner neatly underneath. Your body sends up reasonable memos, jaw notched too tight, breath working the top floors of your lungs and forgetting the basement, shoulder blade whispering the ache of a door that doesn't sit flush, and you stamp them received without reading. Denial is excellent at human resources. It files feelings alphabetically, then mislabels the cabinet on purpose. When a colleague says, "You're always so calm," you experience the odd double vision of being flattered and erased in the same second. Calm you can sell, cost you must carry yourself. You choose calm. It pays. You write a sentence without the clause that would have kept you whole. You remove the "and" because "and" sounds like need, and need sounds like trouble in rooms that reward people who never take up the exact space their work requires. The day receives your offering and claps politely. The sound echoes a half-beat late inside your ribs. By noon, you have explained away 3 small betrayals. The laugh you heard through the glass wall that stung a little? You were tired. The quick favor that ate an hour? They wouldn't ask if they didn't trust you. The meeting that ended with more work than it began with? A compliment, surely, in a practical code. Denial is fluent in this grammar. It conjugates discomfort into gratitude. It translates a boundary into maybe later, then forgets to send the later. It keeps your tone even while shifting your center of gravity 3 inches forward, so you are always catching yourself, never quite standing. In the bathroom mirror, condensation makes a soft halo that flatters anyone who stands in it. You stand in it. You wash your hands longer than you need to, counting not to calm down, but to delay a return to the room that has begun to insist you have no limits. The paper towel leaves a dusting of fiber on your skin, a powdery proof that something in the world is willing to come apart for you. You do not draw conclusions. You throw the towel away and compose your face into the expression of a person who slept enough and wants only what is reasonable. Denial loves reasonable. It is the word it uses when hungry would cause a scene. On the train home, the window becomes a mirror when the car enters the tunnel. You study your reflection with the same care you used to reserve for other people's needs. Not bad, you decide. Intact, polite, almost convincing. The witch sits down across from you the way night sits down across a city. Quietly, without asking for all the lights to turn off at once. She does not scold. She adjusts the angle of the lamp that lives in her voice and simply asks, "Where did you spend yourself today?" while pretending you only gave change. You try to answer in summary. She tilts her head, and you hear the silver of her earrings make a small, cool sound.
"Smaller," she says.
So you tell her about the mug, the laugh, the email that used urgent like salt on a wound that didn't need curing. You tell her about the moment when your mouth formed a no and your throat changed it to on it. You tell her how a compliment arrived wrapped around a request, and you thank the wrapping for hiding the knife. The witch listens the way basalt holds heat, releasing it back in a form your evening can use. Denial, she says, not as accusation but as taxonomy. It's the shell your soft parts made when the world was wind. We will not smash the shell. We will invite what lives inside it to breathe. You protest that you are fine. The word fine breaks in your mouth like a brittle cracker, dry, edible, not nourishing. She points to your shoulders, which are doing the small lift that happens when you are pretending gravity is optional. What would happen, she asks, if we let fine be a hallway and not a locked room? You do not have an answer.
She does.
We open a door inside the word. She has you rehearse 2 sentences that feel embarrassingly simple. You say, "I am not fine. I am functioning." Your body reacts like a person who has been told to sit down after standing too long. A small, involuntary sigh, a rearrangement of weight. You say, "I am carrying more than I admit." Your hands, which have been disciplined all day, forget their pose and land palm up on your knees, as if expecting weather. Denial clicks its tongue, a little offended, but it is tired too. It takes the seat next to you and stops pretending it's the pilot. Back home, the apartment smells like itself, linen, dust warmed by the lamp, the memory of garlic. You put the keys in the bowl and the ceramic click is lower than yesterday, a tiny chime that suggests the note you want is possible. Denial follows you inside and arranges your shoes to show it can be helpful. The witch sits on the floor against the cabinet like what has been waiting for her spine. She taps the rug twice. Inventory, she invites. Not the ledger of accomplishments you use to prove rent for your chair in the world. The sensory kind. What did you taste today besides coffee? She will not accept nothing as an answer. You remember the pear that rang honest against your knuckle and the single drop of juice you let run to your wrist. Good, she says. What did you hear that wasn't demand? You think of the bicycle bell, the kettle's pre-boil, the soft argument your towel had with water. Good, she says again. Now touch 3 edges and tell me their temperatures. You touch the mug, cool, the pan handle, warm, the stone by the bed, exactly your palm's degree after a minute. Denial looks unimpressed. The witch looks satisfied. The body trust reports, she says. Denial runs on headlines. Dinner is simple and full of verbs that don't need an audience. Rinse, slice, heat, stir, taste salt, taste again. You feel the small relief of doing something that ends, truly ends, and does not refill itself the moment you look away. The plate does not chip tonight. The fork skates gently against ceramic. You chew and remember that chewing is a sound, not just a process, and that it belongs to people who intend to keep living. Denial sits at the table and behaves. The witch watches you take a second helping of something green and does not make it symbolic. Hunger is allowed, she says, even for ordinary things. After dishes, the urge to tidy what doesn't need tidying shows up with its hair combed. You feel your hands reaching to fold and refold the already folded, to align what was aligned an hour ago. The impulse is clean, the source is not. The witch lifts one eyebrow, and you catch yourself mid-straighten. If you need order, she says, we will make it where it matters. She points, not to the bookshelf or the counter, but to your mouth. Bring back your comma. She means the clause you deleted all day to look easy. She means the and that kept falling off your sentences like a rung off a ladder. You practice out loud, knowing no one is keeping score. I can do this, and I will need 2 days and A's data. Your tongue trips over the second, and, as if it were asking for too much oxygen, you try again. Your jaw releases 1 click's worth of stubbornness. You try a 3rd time. The witch nods when your voice carries the sentence without apology. Tomorrow, she says, use that breath in the room where it costs something. Denial fidgets in the corner, worried you'll be punished. The witch is not afraid of certain punishments. Some people loved you for your silence, she says softly. They will be inconvenienced by your return. We are not adjusting your life to fit their comfort. A message arrives from family with the gravitational pull of old weather. Any updates? It asks, meaning more than it says. Denial reaches for your fingers. The witch moves faster. Try 4 steps, she suggests. Facts, feelings, need, request. You type. I've had 2 major deadlines this week. I'm a bit worn and anxious when comparisons come up. I need you to ask me what I did right today. Will you try that tonight? You stare at the words, at how unscandalous they are, at how dignified they sound when you strip away the drama and keep the truth.
You send.
The phone becomes a reasonable weight again. Denial mutters about consequences. The witch corrects the word. Results, she says. Consequences assume punishment. Results assume reality. Later you sit with your notebook and give it 15 minutes of unglamorous attention. You are not seeking proof of genius, only continuity. The pen moves in the awkward, honest gait of a person learning to walk again after an unnecessary sprint. You write 3 ugly sentences and one that makes a small light under your ribs. You stop before the light goes out. Denial, who prefers spectacle, is bored. The witch is delighted. This is how we teach your nervous system that your yes belongs to you, she says. We feed it in measurements it can absorb. Before bed you touch the stone and make your report. Still here. The words land like a key turning in a lock you oil nightly now. The apartment exhale is audible when you lower the lamp. You do not perform gratitude. You practice it. A glass refilled and set by the door. A towel hung in a way tomorrow you will appreciate. A sentence for morning chosen and left on the page like a note in a lunchbox. I will not remove the and from my sentences to look easy. Denial blinks at the plainness of your magic. The witch smiles like a person who has watched crops grow. This is how harvest happens, she says. Not with fireworks, with watering. In the narrow country between wake and sleep, your mind tries a familiar bargain. If I promise to be better, may I keep never being needy? The witch answers the way tide answers sandcastles. Consistent, not cruel. Need is not a failure, she says into the room that has decided to trust you. It is a measurement. She asks you to place your palm on your chest and ask one last honest question. What do I want before I sleep? The answer is ordinary enough to be holy. Water, a low light, the permission to not answer anything else tonight. You obey yourself. Denial yawns. The witch pulls the quilt to your shoulder and tucks it without ceremony. The crack in the mug will still be there in the morning. The laugh will be sharper some days than others. The email will say urgent again. Denial will offer you the mask that lets you move through rooms where masks are currency. Some days you will wear it because you must. Tonight you remember where it hangs when you need to take it off. You do not burn it.
You do not bow to it.
You learn to hang it and lift it by choice. You sleep, not as hero or saint, but as a person who has decided to be accurate. In the hallway of your body, doors are labeled more clearly. In the rooms you locked, windows are open the width of a hand. Down the street, someone waters balcony plants. A bead will fall tomorrow and strike your wrist again. Truth arriving without your permission and without malice. You will be more ready to feel it. Witches whisper. Denial kept you moving when the wind was too much. Thank it, then set it down. Bring back your comma. Say the and that protects you. Trade fine for functioning. Consequences for results. Silence for a small, exact sentence your body can carry. Leave a lamp on for the part of you that comes home late. She will see the light and remember the door. Part 7, Struggle. Struggle does not fling you into battle with banners and drums. It hands you a rope and asks you to pull against yourself. One end is tied to the life that works when you overpromise. The other end is knotted to the life that steadies when you speak in complete sentences with the word and intact. You wake with that rope across your sternum, like a diagonal seatbelt, safe and constricting at once. The morning is ordinary, clean towel, obedient kettle, the neighbor's door softly latching, and still the tug begins. You remember last night's vow. Keep the comma, keep the and, keep the body. Your tongue remembers the old shortcut. Say yes and outrun the cost. Between remembering and shortcut there is friction, and friction makes heat, and heat is what you will learn to move through without burning. At work the asks arrive, politely stacked, each the weight of a thin plate. Separately bearable, together ridiculous. The first request is framed as trust. The second is wrapped in a compliment that tastes like sugar on a bruise. The third is, only if you have a minute, which is to say they will take an hour if you let them. You try the sentence you practiced. I can take this and I'll need 2 days and A's dataset. Your voice lands solid. The other person nods. A small, legitimate victory. Immediately, a quieter tug begins, guilt's small hands on the rope, asking whether you have become difficult. You breathe 4 in and 6 out, and do not soothe guilt by undoing your own boundary. The struggle is not outside anymore. It has learned your door code and sits at your desk. By 10 you are 2 people in 1 chair, the one who wants to be considered reliable and the one who wants to be considered in her own math. Your shoulders are a committee meeting, your jaw takes minutes in shorthand. You answer a message with a clean no, then stare at the screen as if it might freeze your kindness at that precise moment and keep it from thawing later. The witch appears without spectacle and moves your water glass within easier reach, as if the problem all along has been the extra 6 inches between you and a sip of ordinary relief. Struggle is proof the new habit is taking, she says mildly. No one wrestles with air. Love has its own tug-of-war. In the evening a partner's offhand. Your late again meets your day's small fraying and tugs the rope hard. Your first reaction is to turn yourself into a list of reasons like receipts unspooling at a register, traffic, extra slides, the urgent that wasn't. Your second reaction is to turn yourself into silence and let the room go hungry. The struggle is choosing a third way that neither prosecutes nor disappears. You try the 4 steps: fact, feeling, need, request, with a voice that would rather run. I'm 10 minutes late. I feel brittle. I need a soft landing. Can we hug before we talk? It is not elegant. It is enough for the tug to ease. The meal tastes less like apology and more like food. Family's weather rolls in on the screen, forecasted and still surprising. Any updates? Means 5 different things you can't deliver tonight. Struggle tugs you toward over-explaining, toward writing a thesis on the economy of your days, toward earning permission to rest. The witch lifts a fingertip, and you remember to keep your sentence the size of your breath. I've had 2 deadlines. I'm tired when comparisons come up. Please ask me what went right today. You send it. The rope slackens a fraction, not because they change, but because you stood where your feet can carry your weight. Friendship pulls too. An invitation arrives for a gathering you would enjoy on a day when you had a second spine. You want to go and you want to sleep. Struggle is the tug between the charisma of now and the fidelity of later. You choose later. You type, I want to see you. Next week I can arrive as myself. Relief is not immediate. That is why it is called relief and not adrenaline. 2 minutes later your lungs find an extra 1/4 inch of room. The witch nods once like a coach who saw your form improve by a millimeter and knows that is everything. The rest of the day you practice failing in the right direction. You forget to pause before a yes and catch yourself afterward. You add the and in a second message. You feel the flush of self-judgment and decide it is allowed to be there while you keep moving. Struggle keeps tugging for escalation. Prove you're serious by quitting something spectacularly. Prove you're committed by being perfect immediately. The witch refuses both auditions. We grade struggle by return rate, she says, not by performance. How quickly did you come back to yourself after you wandered? That is the only number. Your body needs choreography for this. The witch teaches you a 3-step switch you can throw without leaving your chair. Ground, feet flat, tongue on the roof of the mouth, 4 in and 6 out. Guard. Place a hand to sternum and attach the and clause to the next sentence you speak or type. Give. Hand your 15 minutes to what you love today before the day spends it on something else. Ground guard give. You whisper it like an airport announcement, not romantic but life-saving.
Ground. Guard. Give.
You try it in miniature. The email becomes clean. The breath becomes measurable. The violin you haven't touched in months becomes a held note that does not have to be impressively in tune to count as music. Struggle loves to mislabel urgency. In the afternoon, a colleague's "Can you just" arrives with a neon sign that says crisis, when the only thing on fire is the story they tell themselves about being behind. Your palms heat. Your jaw rehearses a yes.
Ground. Guard. Give.
You write, "I can tomorrow by noon, and I'll need the outline by 5 today." The first tug is shame for not being instantly available, for not bleeding confidence on command. You let shame be weather. You do not become a tarp. The colleague sends the outline by 5. The world fails to end. You take your 15 minutes at 6:30, clumsy and faithful, and something under your ribs remembers the shape of wanting without punishment. At home, the rope shows up differently. You want to tidy the already tidy space to tame the feeling that you are not in control. You also want to leave the mug on the table, like a flag that says lived. The witch points to where order matters, your mouth. "Put the "and" where it belongs," she says. You practice aloud. "I can listen and I want to hug first. I can help this weekend and not tonight. I love you and I'm going to bed early." The sentences sound unremarkable in the air. You are astonished by the heat they take out of the rope. Night offers you the old bargain. If you promise to be exceptional tomorrow, may you skip being human tonight. Struggle loves this contract. No sleep clause, unlimited self-critique, admiration paid in advance. The witch slides a glass of water toward you and names the real terms. "You can be scared and competent," she says. "You can be generous and finite. You can be ordinary and beloved." She has you say it with the cadence of a spell, not to enchant the world, but to remind your nervous system that two truths can stand in one room without fighting. There is almost a breaking. A cupboard door refuses to catch. An old anger swings open with it. You feel the coil in your belly, the hot lift along your throat, the argument that wants to gallop until 3 a.m. ground.
Guard. Give.
You do 90 seconds with the wave, describe where the heat is, the shape of it, the edges. You do not narrate. You do not indict. You put your hand on your chest and say, "I am here." You text your witness a less than heroic sentence, "Rough hour, landing now," and receive a heart that is not a solution, just a harbor light. You give 15 minutes to the notebook and do not try to be wise. The tug recedes like tide, leaving the legs of a pier shiny and ordinary. Remember the inner crew you seated around your table, the gatekeeper, the perfectionist, the runner, the yearner. Struggle is when they all stand up at once and talk over one another. You give them turns like adults. Gatekeeper, what risk are you seeing? Perfectionist, where would good enough be precise instead of lazy? Runner, what rest would keep you from grabbing the door? Yearner, say the one in one sentence. They are less frightening when they are specific. They are less tyrannical when they are scheduled. You thank them for their service and assign each a shift tomorrow. The room quiets like a kindergarten after snack.
You do not win the day.
That is not the metric. You finish it. You put the keys in the dish and listen for the modest note of ceramic on ceramic, the punctuation that tells your nervous system a paragraph has ended. You wash the pan and leave it to dry, not as virtue, as continuity. You touch the stone and report. Still here. You choose a sentence for morning, simple enough to survive a commute. "I will keep the and even when the room prefers my silence." You leave a lamp on, not as drama, as hospitality to the part of you that returns later than she meant to and still deserves a soft place to land. When you lie down, the rope across your chest slackens for the first time all day. Not because the world has stopped asking, but because you stopped asking yourself to be a myth. The ceiling is its own quiet country. Somewhere in the building, a dishwasher exhales. Somewhere on the street, a bicycle bell rings twice. You are not finished with the tug. You are learning to pull on your own side. The witch sits where she always does, back against the cabinet of your ordinary life, and offers the kindest scoreboard you have ever seen. Returns counted, breaths taken, and spoken. Minutes given to what you love. It is not impressive. It is durable. Witches whisper. Struggle means the new path is real enough to resist. Don't escalate. Iterate. ground your body, guard your sentence with, and give 15 minutes to what you love. Grade yourself on how often you return, not how seldom you falter. Leave a lamp on. The you who is learning to pull for you will find her way home by that light. Part 8. Mirror. The day holds up mirrors without ceremony. A barista calls the next order, and your name sounds different in her mouth. Not mispronounced, just shaped by a pace that isn't rushing. You catch yourself answering too quickly, as if your usefulness were a door that must be opened before anyone knocks. In the office elevator, a stranger studies the floor numbers the way you study your own calendar, a narrow squint that says there will never be enough of anything. You see the expression and realize it's your own, returned to you on a stranger's face. On the street, a child tests defiance in public. No, I won't. And the adult's hand hovers, choosing between correction and care. Your throat tightens with an urge to be easy that no one asked of you. Mirrors everywhere. Ceramic gleam, glass, a window at dusk, a human being holding your history without knowing it. At your desk, the colleague who always praises before asking arrives with the lemon-bright scent of hand sanitizer and a smile you know by heart. You're amazing, could you? The compliment lands like sugar on a bruise. You feel the old reflex pour itself into the shape of yes. The witch's chair slides into the corner of the scene without scraping the floor. She says nothing at first, just watches the angle of your shoulders tilt. Hold a mirror, she murmurs finally, not a sponge. You take one breath, then another, and say the sentence with the and intact. I can, and I'll need 2 days and A's data set. The colleague blinks, surprised not by the request, but by the shape of yourself. A mirror works. It shows what's there without apology. You realize you have spent years being absorbent when you meant to be reflective. Later, you open a message from family, plain text, big weather. When will you finally? You feel the weight of a coat being thrown at your arms, a coat that fits someone else's winter. In past seasons you wore it anyway, sweating inside another person's expectation and calling it devotion. The witch taps the glass of water by your keyboard. Say you're not that cold, she suggests. You write back, I know you're worried. Comparisons make me anxious. Ask me what I did right today. The sentence is a mirror turned gently outward. Here is what I am. Here is what I ask you to see. If they keep pitching coats, you will keep handing them back. This is not rebellion. It is weather accuracy. In the evening, your partner leans in the doorway and tells a work story in which they were the quiet hero and then, with a half smile, sneaks in a line about your habit of overthinking. You feel the first heat rise, the courtroom in your chest waking its stenographer. The witch catches your eye and wipes an imaginary circle on an imaginary pane between you and the person you love. Clean your side, she says. Only your side. You clear your throat and speak from fact, feeling, need, request. When I hear overthinking, I feel smaller. I need my care named. Can we call it thorough unless we're laughing together? The mirror does its gentle work. The doorway softens. A hand finds your shoulder in a way that admits you're not a problem to solve, but a person to be with. You taste relief the way you taste cinnamon at the bottom of a cup. Late, unmistakable, proof the recipe was kind. Some mirrors are comic and wrong on purpose. A glass wall in a conference room elongates your reflection until you look like a grand idea on stilts. 5 seconds later, under the fluorescent light of the restroom, you look like a footnote. The witch classifies this for you with a librarian's calm. Warped mirrors, smudged mirrors, clear mirrors, and windows. Warped mirrors are projections, other people's fear stretched across your outline until your edges seem dangerous. Smudged mirrors are old stories fogging the present. You see yourself through the sticky fingerprint of a teacher you tried to please or a boss who loved your silence. Clear mirrors are witnesses, the friend who texts seen when you choose yourself, the mentor who says, that sentence cost you courage. I heard it. Windows are not about you at all. They show you a horizon you can walk toward. The witch's point is not to make you suspicious of every surface. It is to train you to ask before believing. What am I looking at? The senses help you choose. Warped mirrors feel cold on your skin and urgent in your mouth. You find yourself speed talking to outrun the distortion. Smudged mirrors smell like old rooms. You feel yourself shrink to fit an age you no longer are. Clear mirrors sound like your name said at the right volume. Windows taste like air when a plane door opens after landing. Pressure equalizing, the body saying finally. When you can't tell, do the smallest experiment. Bring your breath down a floor and place a hand on your chest. If you study, you've likely found clear glass. If your breath stays narrow, you're probably carrying weather that isn't yours. On the train, a man complains into his phone about a colleague who can't take feedback. Your body flinches as if called. The witch tilts her head toward the window and asks you to borrow the technique she taught you during subtle unease. 3 things you see, 3 you hear, 3 you touch. The edge of your ticket, the rubber of the pole, the smooth fatigue of your own ring. The world comes into focus. The complaint is no longer a prophecy. It is a sound traveling through the air. The mirror dissolves into window. The scene opens like a page. That night you sit with the notebook you keep for your 15 minutes with what you love. You realize the page has been a mirror you trust. It does not flatter. It does not shame. It records. You write a line and watch your own patience arrive in ink. The witch watches too, knees pulled up, chin on the ridge where denim fades white. Let your craft reflect your care, she says, not your speed. The sentence misses the poetry you wanted and hits the honesty you needed. You keep it. Clear mirror. Not every mirror you clean will reciprocate. Sometimes you bring your best language to a room and the room hands you a riddle. Sometimes you say the and someone hears demand. Sometimes you return the coat that doesn't fit and the giver calls you ungrateful. The witch will not rescue you from results. She will sit with you while you taste the exact salt of disappointment, and then she'll hand you a cloth and point you to the one pain you still control. Your side, she says again, and the repetition becomes a kindness, not a scold. You stop trying to polish other people's glass with your body. A curious mercy appears when you stop absorbing and start reflecting. You begin to see the other person's tenderness behind their habit. The colleague who heaps praise before requests grew up in a house where nothing was asked without payment. They are trading currency they trust. The family member who throws heavy coats is terrified of winter and believes warmth is obedience. The partner who teases first learned love as competition. They are trying to stay close without admitting they need you. This doesn't excuse harm. It explains posture. Mirrors teach compassion as scale, measured, not infinite. You can care without caring. There is a day when the mirror you feared becomes the one that saves you. You are in the elevator again, and your reflection, under soft late light, looks exactly like a person who survived a long afternoon without abandoning herself. You almost don't recognize her. She's not dazzling. She is accurate. You whisper the sentence you've been practicing, I will keep thee, and even when the room prefers my silence, and watch your mouth move. It is not an affirmation. It is a report. Your reflection nods back like a colleague across a crowded meeting. We'll talk later, she says without saying. Later, at the kitchen sink, you do. The witch, who has been patient with your experiments, suggests one more. Witness practice. She names it a ritual so plain it almost hides. Choose one person you trust to reflect you on purpose. Send them a message on the days you choose yourself. Let them answer with a single word that returns your outline to you. Seen, steady, here. Send them a message on the days you forget. Let them return the sentence you wrote for the season, the one that lives on your card by the keys. Put the word in your mouth out loud. The body believes the voice that lives in it. If a room consistently warps you, you are allowed to step back. You can say, even to yourself, the simple sentence that changes the furniture. Not this mirror, not today. Walk toward windows. Stand before clear glass.
Clean your side.
Teach the people who want to keep you to see you in accurate light. And when you inevitably fall into someone else's funhouse and laugh at your own stretched or squashed outline because shock has a sense of humor, step out into air and recalibrate. 3 things you can see, 3 you can hear, 3 you can touch. Your name in your own mouth. The and in your sentence. The lamp already on. Witch's whisper. Choose the mirrors you stand before. Return the coats that don't fit. clean your side of the glass and speak from the body that lives behind it. When a reflection warps you, step back into a window. When a reflection steadies you, let it be a teacher.
Keep the and. Keep the lamp.
Keep your name at the volume that tells the truth. Part 9, Deepening. Pressure does not announce itself with thunder. It thickens the air and asks you to breathe the same way anyway. The week begins with tolerable weather, gray, responsible, and by Wednesday the barometer has slipped without ceremony. Deadlines accumulate like plates drying vertically in a rack. One more, and the whole stack will tip. The asks still arrive wrapped in courtesy. The way stores wrap breakables in tissue. Quick. Tiny. When you have a minute, your calendar turns into a quilt with too many bright squares and not enough quiet cloth between them. You stand at the window for 10 seconds before work and notice the light is a degree colder, as if the day has moved one seat farther from the fire. Deepening feels like almost enough sleep, almost on time, almost honest. You answer the first request with your practice sentence. I can, and I'll need 2 days and A's dataset, and you get the nod you've earned. Then a second request lands at an angle that makes your balance feel theatrical. The witch appears the way a steady hand appears on a small boat. Not dramatic, simply there. She rests her knuckles on the desk so lightly you can't hear it. Budget, she says, and you want to laugh because the word is so prosaic you expect it to wilt. She does not flinch. Capacity needs math or the story will steal it. She has you do arithmetic on a sticky note like a child. 3 yes this week with end clauses attached. 2 no's that guard your ribcage. 1 delay that saves a night's sleep. You write them down and feel ridiculous and then, after a beat, relieved, because pressure loves vagueness, and math is a railing on a narrow stair. Deepening is not just about more tasks, it is about thinner margins. The witch points to the margins and calls them holy. The 10 seconds you breathe before you answer, the 5 minutes you sit with your back against the kitchen cabinet, the 15 minutes you give your craft before the day spends that time on something else. Thin does not mean worthless, she says. Thin can carry light. By Thursday, you are living between surfaces. On top you perform the competent choreography. Keys, badge, yes with end, slide deck, water, smile. Underneath, the small symptoms multiply. A tinnitus like a faint kettle in the next apartment. A jaw that files its own teeth on worry. A sternum that feels laced tighter than the day deserves. The office smells like hot paper and the sweet memory cologne of someone who believes generosity is sent. The paragraph you need refuses to land. The cursor blinks with the patience of a lighthouse you can see but can't reach. You walk a slow square around a row of plants and come back, and the sentence still won't come. Deepening is patient too. Pressure brings visitors. A friend's text arrives with a soft weight of real need. Do you have time? Not urgent, just heavy. You do have time in a cosmic sense. You do not have time in today's currency. The rope at your sternum pulls both directions. You breathe 4 in and 6 out and answer without forgetting yourself. Yes, tomorrow at 7, and I want to walk so we can keep pace. The end saves you from making care a debt. Your family thread pings with the familiar code. When will you finally? You practice the sentence that keeps you sized correctly. I know you're worried. Comparisons make me anxious. Ask me what I did right today. The coat still arrives. You hang it on the peg labeled not mine. Your partner, tired in their own way, leans in the doorway and misreads your quiet as distance. You try the 4 steps without poetry. Fact, feeling, need, request. It prevents a quarrel. It does not create fireworks. Reverence, not revolution, the witch reminds you. A storm cell gathers at work. A project whose edges never truly closed begins to leak. A meeting that should have been 2 emails becomes a small theater of positioning. Someone's urgency arrives, wearing your name tag. You feel the old reflex sprint for the stage. Your body wants to convert adrenaline into applause. You catch the movement, just barely, with the ground, guard, give sequence you've practiced until it lives in your hands. Feet down, tongue to the roof of your mouth. 4 in, 6 out. Hand to sternum. I can help, and here is what I need to do it right. 15 minutes are not possible now. You move them to later and put an alarm on them as if they were medicine, because they are. A colleague bristles at your boundary and calls it complicated. The witch tilts her head. Complicated is often what people say when your clarity inconveniences their habit. The mirrors you classified last week show up and ask for calibration. A warped mirror says you're behind. A smudged mirror says you are still the child who fixed everyone's plates at dinner before eating your own. A clear mirror texts seen when you choose yourself. A window opens on the notion that the work would survive your absence better than the mythology does. Under pressure, warped glass looks persuasive. You test the surface with your senses. Breath gets narrower? Step back. Name 3 things you can see, 3 you can hear, 3 you can touch. The matte grip of the pen, the whistle of the kettle in the break room, the cool edge of your desk. The world regains its right size, and your face returns to your face. Deepening introduces a new trick, falsies. One afternoon, everything gets strangely quiet. Meetings cancel, an email thread dies. The building's air handling acquires a soothing white noise honesty, and for 40 minutes you believe the storm has decided to be gentle. You breathe more easily. You put your feet flat. You get a paragraph the way you wanted it. Then the quiet opens its mouth and produces 3 requests at once, as if the world had been holding its breath so it could do this without stuttering. Your nervous system lurches. The witch does not panic. Capacity meeting, she says, and you open your calendar as if it were a map of a coastline. You move 2 things you secretly knew could be moved. You write, tomorrow by noon, and I'll need B's review. You say, I want to help, and not tonight. Pressure hates not tonight the way wind hates an anchor. It pushes harder, the anchor holds. Your home begins to record the season. The dish towel stays damp longer. The lamp's low setting becomes default. The glass by the door empties more completely each night. You start a minor ritual that feels like painting the same small section of fence daily. 3 lines in your notebook before bed. 1 friction, 1 kindness, 1 clear mirror. Friction, I removed thee and to get a quick thank you and paid double. Kindness, I ate slowly and actually tasted orange. Clear mirror, my witness texted seen when I said no without a speech. The page does not fix anything. It keeps you from losing the plot. You do the thing you used to avoid. You ask for help before you are heroic. It sounds plain. Can you proof by 5? Will you hold the door for me tomorrow? Don't let me say yes to the thing I need to refuse. If I'm late, can we start with a hug? The fear that asking will make you smaller subsides when the world does not collapse. Instead, you feel the floor return under your feet. You notice the difference between leaning and collapsing. The witch names it. Leaning is physics, collapsing is apology. Choose physics. There is a night when pressure finds the hinge it prefers. The cupboard you've tolerated for months refuses to latch. The click you count on gives you silence. The silence is loud. You try again, nothing. Something hot lifts in your chest like an argument pulling on its boots. Old anger knows the route to the roof where it can shout to the neighborhood. You almost let it go by itself. Then you remember the 90-second wave. Where is the heat? Under the collarbone. What shape? A wet fist. What edge? Ragged, but not sharp. How hot? Tea, just before drinkable. You breathe with the description instead of the story, and the wave expends itself like weather hitting a mountain that won't move. The cupboard is still unlatched. You slip a rubber band around the handles as a temporary kindness. Not every solution earns a parade. Some earn sleep. Deepening exposes the places you still barter. You catch yourself composing a message that purchases permission with over-explanation. You stop at 1 sentence that tells the truth and requires no change of costume. You catch yourself buying silence with charm. You choose the awkward word instead. You catch yourself converting your body into insulation for someone else's cold front. You put on your own sweater and let them learn the weather. Each catch is small. Small stacks into structure. The witch introduces an image you can carry without ceremony. A valve. Open a little, then close a little, she says. Not shut, not flood. Modulate. You try it in a meeting by speaking once, and then letting quiet work for you. You try it at home by giving 1 precise request instead of 3 implied ones. You try it with yourself by answering an impulse with a delay long enough to test whether it's hunger or habit.
The valve is not romantic.
It is merciful. One evening, late, you do something you haven't done since the season started. You let yourself be held without narrating how hard it's been or promising you'll try better tomorrow. Arms go around you. Your breath lengthens not because you told it to, but because bodies like permission. The witch, from her usual spot against the kitchen cabinet, pretends not to see and actually sees everything. This is also capacity, she says later, after you've washed 2 plates and a pan. Receiving without earning. You dry your hands on a clean towel and do not write the moment down as a strategy. Not everything is a tool. Some things are just human. Pressure invents convenient tests to make you prove your change isn't decorative. An email marked urgent arrives at 6:58 p.m. on a Friday. Your thumb hovers. Your tradition was to be immediate. Your practice is to be human. You put the phone face down.
You put what there?
You touch the stone. Report. The witch says, and you do. Still here. You feel foolish for 3 minutes, then borderline rebellious, then exactly yourself. On Saturday morning, you answer with a sentence that includes the and a realistic time. The sun rises whether or not you were spectacular. Deepening does not mean you have failed to heal. It means your healing is getting field tested. The altar by the door is still humble. A glass, a stone, a card that says, I am here. The lamp still prefers its lowest setting, the one that tells the nervous system it may stand down. The rituals are not superstition. They are continuity. You keep your weekly capacity meeting with yourself. 10 minutes on Thursdays because the week lies when you don't. You prune the calendar like a plant that believes in spring. You wash the mug with the hairline crack and turn the line outward, a tiny act of honesty you can feel in your wrist. There will be a break in the weather. Not yet. Deepening is the right name for now. You are not drowning. You are walking into a lake at a speed you control, naming the temperature aloud.
Cold at the knees.
Cold at the thighs. Cold at the waist. The witch stands on the shore like someone who knows when to call and when to let you call yourself. Lamp, valve, comma, math, she says, as if these were the 4 corners of a room where you can rest between innings. You smile despite yourself because none of it sounds like magic and all of it works like it. Before sleep, you write 3 lines: friction, kindness, clear mirror. You circle 1 word: return. Not perfect, not impress, return. You leave the lamp on a little longer than you need to and turn it off without apology when your eyes ask. Somewhere in the building, a dishwasher exhales its papery breath. Somewhere outside, a bicycle bell rings twice, faithful as tide. You put your hand on your chest and promise nothing fancy. I will keep thee and tomorrow, even under weather. The sentence fits your mouth like a key you cut yourself. Witches whisper. Pressure loves vagueness. Give it math. Thin margins still carry light. Modulate with the valve. Guard your sentences with and keep your small rituals as continuity, not superstition. Healing that survives the week is healing you can trust. Leave the lamp on for the you who returns late. She knows the way by now. Part 10, Explosion. It does not begin with a scream. It begins with a sound you would not bother naming on a normal day. The thin pop of a light bulb's filament surrendering. The tiny thunder of glass dust whispering against a shade. The kitchen tilts a fraction toward shadow. You think, fine, another small thing. Your mug is already filled. The kettle breathes its last white ribbon into the air. Outside, a bus sighs at the corner. It is a serviceable morning in a responsible gray, and still you feel a rumor under the skin, like distant drums at a festival you did not plan to attend. You put the mug down with care. You put your keys in your pocket. The rumor travels with you. At the elevator, someone steals your polite nod by staring hard at the floor numbers like they expect them to lie. In the lobby, a door resists, then yields, but just late enough to file a complaint with your pulse. The air has the tin and wool smell of rain that may not come. By the time you reach your desk, the rumor has a pitch. The first email waits with the word urgent leaning forward like a person with too much cologne. 2 more arrive while you read the first. A colleague appears at the edge of your vision like a seagull at a picnic, officially unrelated, spiritually inevitable. You assemble your practice sentence, I can and I'll need 2 days in A's dataset, and you say it out loud, clean as a well-cut key. It works. That is not the problem. The problem is the pile of small working things forming a raft that does not quite float. At 10:08, the meeting begins. The room's carpet smells faintly like toast and dust. The projector exhales a dull blue. The glass wall makes everything sound more metal than human. Slide 2 asks you to be credible. Slide 3 asks you to make a promise you can almost keep. Slide 4 smiles like someone else's victory in your mouth. You can feel the angle of your spine trying to become agreeable. You hear the laugh from the adjacent room that has nothing to do with you, except your body thinks it remembers that pitch from a childhood kitchen where adults discuss the news and forgot you were a person. We will circle back, someone says. We'll need that by end of day, someone else adds, in the tone of a waiter reciting specials that have already sold out. You inhale to say the, and that would keep you whole. Your tongue skips it. The room keeps being a room. The explosion announces itself not as anger, but as heat. A lift along the throat, a ringing at the base of the skull, a blurring at the edges of the screen like condensation on a window you can't reach to wipe. Your hands are suddenly expert strangers. The sentence you were going to say forgets the middle and walks into the end without your permission. Someone asks the question that changes the math by pretending not to. The rumor becomes a bass note. Your body decides it will carry more than it can carry for exactly 3 more breaths, and then makes a different decision without asking you to co-sign. The world narrows to a door you must exit without running. You do not flee. You excuse yourself, and the word excuse sounds honest for once. The hallway is colder by 2 degrees. The HVAC hum is a distant ocean. Your shoes register each seam in the vinyl like a braille path. The bathroom is mercifully empty. The light does not try to flatter. You turn on a tap, and the water goes cold immediately, a gift. You put your wrists under it and feel the pulse argue with the temperature, and then grudgingly listen. A single sob arrives, not dramatic, just precise, like the sound a glass makes when you set it down too firmly on wood. One note, round, undeniable. You wait for shame. It does not come. What comes is gravity. The witch steps into the mirror the way fog steps into a field, softening edges, refusing to rush. She does not say don't cry. She says 90 seconds. You remember. Wave, not story. You give her the weather report your therapist taught you, and your grandmother would approve of. Heat under the collarbone. Shaped like a fist that is tired of being a metaphor. Edge ragged. Taste metallic, like biting your lip. You breathe while describing, and the breath is work, but also a rope you can hold. The wave crests at exactly the wrong time and exactly the right one. It folds, not to punish you, but because physics is fair even when people aren't. When your face has learned its own temperature again, the witch hands you a paper towel, as if it were a treaty. No speeches, she says. Water. You drink. The mouth remembers it has a job that is not advocacy. Now sentence, she adds, and you know which one. I am here. You say it to the mirror, to the tile, to the hand dryer with its bad attitude. Your ribs widen the width of a fingertip. Add 1. The witch prompts, soft as the underside of bread. I am here, and I am not an instrument for anyone's urgency. The room does not applaud. It becomes possible to stand inside. The day still needs finishing. You return to the meeting with eyes that could pass for rested if kindness were common in fluorescent light. No one remarks on your absence, which is both an insult and a relief. You say a clean no to a request that tries to wear a compliment like camouflage. You say a clean yes with and to the work that is yours. You send one message to your witness, rough wave, landing. And you receive the heart that does nothing and everything. On your desk, the pear you chose earlier is a moon with the right light on it. You bite it, and the sweetness is as confident as a road sign. All afternoon, tiny mercies shingle the roof above the weather. It rains anyway. The second break arrives at 3:17 when the building stutters. The fire alarm coughs into being without fully committing. The lights flicker. Somewhere a printer decides to give up. Your body consults a very old manual that begins. Run. The witch rewrites it on the fly. Breathe. She moves her hand, palm down, through the air in front of your sternum, slow as a tide. Ground, she says.
Sols.
Tongue to the roof of the mouth. 4 in, 6 out. Guard. Your hand on your chest, the and ready like a life jacket you know how to buckle in the dark.
Give.
15 minutes protected like medicine, moved to the first safe spot you can find. You repeat her choreography until the alarm wheezes into silence and the building remembers how to be a building. Evening takes the color of nickel at the edges. On the train, someone's perfume is a crime of good intentions. You turn your face toward the window and watch your reflection come and go as the car enters and exits tunnels. The you in the glass looks like a person who did not abandon herself in front of strangers. She looks ordinary. You are startled by how much relief that word can hold when it is not used as an insult. You arrive home with more days still attached to your shirt than you prefer. The lock turns with a loyal, honest resistance. The ceramic click of keys in their bowl is lower than yesterday, a note you recognize as the house saying, "We noticed." Dinner is something with garlic because you want the room to smell like a decision. Oil says ready in a language your hands translate better than your head. You chop without auditioning for a better life. You salt without apology. You taste without sending a report to anyone but the tongue. The pan sings. The day answers with a lower harmony. You eat sitting down, and the chair learns your weight again. Then, because the day believes in motifs, a plate slips. This one to shatter. Not in rage, physics again. A precise crack, a scatter of honest pieces, a sound like a sentence learning where it ends. You crouch. You gather shards with the respect reserved for things that have done their best and finished. One is crescent-shaped and already smooth. You rinse it and set it next to the pepper mill, a small, transparent comet. Keep a piece, the witch says, from her inevitable place against the kitchen cabinet. Not as penance, as proof. Proof of what? That you noticed. That you didn't use denial to mop up truth. That you let something end without insisting it keep pleasing you. You stand slowly. Your knees crack, a domestic percussion section. The witch pours you water without moving. The glass fills itself because you have filled it for yourself so many nights that gesture and outcome are now neighbors. You are not done with the day's weather. A message pings from family in the exact key that used to play you like an instrument. Any updates? We're worried. You write a paragraph in your head that auditions for sainthood and then delete it before it can file its paperwork. Facts, feelings, need, request. I had a hard day. Comparisons make me anxious. I need you to ask what went right.
Please try that tonight. Send.
The world does not explode. You exhale and discover there was a little more air left than you feared. Your partner gestures from the doorway with a face you misread as accusation. You're quiet, they say. You try the story that will turn this into a trial. The witch lifts a finger. Facts, feelings, need, request, again, because ritual is kinder than improvisation under pressure. I had a wave at work. I feel thin, I need soft. Can we start with a hug before we talk? The room chooses you. Arms go around you, and the breath you were hoarding like a secret loosens into a length you haven't felt since morning. You do not narrate the hug. You receive it. Explosion leaves a mess even when it is honest. You sweep, because that is what rooms deserve when they keep you. The broom makes a sound like sand on a beach you have earned. The dustpan holds what no longer serves and does not ask you if it might be art. You take the trash out, and the hallway smells like everyone's dinner and a little like weathered paint. The night air is the right temperature for a confession you do not owe anyone. You make it anyway under your breath. To the dark, I am done being useful at the cost of being here. The dark nods. It has heard better and worse. It believes you because you sound like a person making a schedule, not a promise. You keep the smallest appointment you made with yourself. 15 minutes with what you love, messy, and alive. You open the notebook and do not wait for clever. You offer ink the same way you offered the pan to oil, present, steady, without gossip about outcomes. 2 ugly lines, one that surprises you into liking it, 3 that don't matter, and therefore matter very much. You stop at 14 minutes because power is not only in perseverance, it is also in stopping on time. You lay the pen down like a tool you plan to see again. Bed is a country with borders you can respect. The lamp's lowest setting makes the wall into honey. You touch the stone by the bed and make a report, not a wish. Still here. Your nervous system, which has been holding a siren in its pocket, finally puts it down. The witch sits on the floor, back to the cabinet, legs stretched, as if the house painted her there. She does not look impressed. She looks pleased the way a carpenter looks at a shelf that is level. Tomorrow, she says, we will not pretend it can't happen again. We will make room for it to happen safely. You know what she means. The pause you owe yourself in the middle of a storm, the deliberate step to the side, the hand to chest, the breath measured like thread for a stitch that will hold. Before you sleep, you practice the sentence you will carry like a key in your pocket, warm from the body that owns it. I will not use shame to mop up what is honest. The words taste like brass, like something made to be held. You turn off the main light and leave the small one. The room inhales. Somewhere in the building, a dishwasher signs its papery signature. Somewhere outside, a bicycle bell rings twice. Inside, your ribs open one finger width more than you thought possible this late. You close your eyes, not as surrender to defeat, but as consent to rest. Witches whisper. Explosions are weather choosing a louder grammar. Let them spend themselves without making your body the blast wall. Water, wrists. 90 seconds, then words you can carry. Keep one clean shard to remember you noticed. Leave the lamp on. In the next part, we will step into the quiet center together and practice the pause that lets storms pass through without taking your name. Part 11, Whisper Pause. We are going to the middle, the quiet center that stays when weather changes its mind. You don't need incense, a mountain, or a perfect morning. You need the body you already live in and a minute that belongs to you. If you can sit, sit. If you must stand, let your knees unlock. If you are on a train, claim a square of air the size of your shoulders. If you are hiding in a bathroom stall, let the lock be a small, merciful click that chooses you. First, lower the light if you can. If you cannot, lower your gaze. Let your eyes choose one simple thing to rest on. The chipped edge of a saucer, the seam where wall meets ceiling, a single screw in a vent. This is your lighthouse. It doesn't need to be beautiful. It needs to be steady. Feel the weight of your feet or your seat. Imagine gravity as a soft hand that knows your name and is not in a hurry.
Now breathe.
4 in through the nose, brief pause, 6 out through the mouth. Again, feel how the out-breath lengthens you from the inside, as if someone loosens a lace across your ribs. Do it 3 times, not as a performance, as a way of telling your nervous system what kind of room it has walked into. If thoughts rush the door, let them. You are the doorkeeper. You may nod without admitting them all. Bring one hand to your chest, flat and warm, as if you were reminding yourself where home is located. Don't make meaning. Make contact. On the next inhale, say in your head, I hear. On the exhale, I agree to be here. Again, I hear. I agree. You are not agreeing with everything. You are agreeing with presence. That is enough. Let us inventory sensation, not story. Name 3 things you can see quietly, like moving beads on a string. A hairline crack in paint. A shadow shaped like a leaf you cannot see. Your own knuckles, more tender than you remembered. Name 3 things you can hear. The refrigerator's small ocean, a corridor cough, your breath against the inside of your lips. Name 3 things you can touch. The cool ring on your finger, the softness at your wrist where fabric and skin negotiate, the smooth face of your phone turned face down. You are not making poetry. You are setting furniture upright after a minor quake. If your body is still carrying thunder, offer it water. If you can, run your wrists under a tap for 10 seconds. If you cannot, imagine the cool ribbon of water passing over those pulse points the way a river passes a stone that knows exactly how to be a stone. This is not symbolic, it is electrical. Your heart understands temperature. The witch sits across from you without ceremony and adjusts nothing except her attention. Report, don't perform, she says, and her voice is the kind that hangs pictures straight by looking only once. So you report. Label 3 truths with small words that fit in one breath.
Tired. Tight.
Here. If more arrive, let them queue. You are not solving, you are sorting. The pile labeled here will get you through the next 5 minutes. We will widen the room by a finger width. Unclench your jaw the way you would ease a door that's stuck in summer. Let the tongue touch the roof of the mouth for a moment, then soften. See if your shoulders will descend half a centimeter when invited. If they refuse, do not argue with them. Let them keep watch while other parts of you rest. You are a house. Not all the lights must be off at once. If what rises is grief, let it be local. Describe it the way you describe weather to a friend on the phone, precise and untragic. Warm behind the eyes, heavy in the throat, edges not sharp. This is the 90-second wave. Do not climb on it and shout. Do not try to drown it with music or sugar. Let it pass the way a bus passes your stop when you did not flag it. There will be another, and you do not need to go everywhere today. Put the "and" back in your mouth while we're here. Whisper a sentence that includes both your capacity and your boundary. I can finish this, and I will need 2 hours and A's dataset. I want to hear you, and first I need a hug. I will come, and next week, so I can arrive as myself. Speak it as if the room has already agreed to cooperate. Your body is listening for your lead. Give it one. Now a very small altar, right where you are. A glass of water by your dominant hand. If none is near, promise one, and keep the promise when you stand. A smooth object, a coin, a pebble, the curve of your thumb, that you designate as stone. A card in your head that says, I am here. If you have paper, write it. If you have neither, make the space on the table as if a card were there. Each time you pass these, do not wish. Report.
Still here.
The soul trusts repetition more than fireworks. If you are tempted to tidy what is already tidy, choose instead a single square inch to be beautifully imperfect. Let one book lean. Let one pillow keep its crease. Let one dish air dry without inspection. This is not laziness, it is consent. You are teaching yourself that order inside the body matters more than polish on its surfaces. Let us try the valve. Open a little, close a little. Inhale, and let in enough of the world to feel real. Exhale, and let out enough of the world to feel yours again. Say one true sentence to the day. Say one truer sentence to yourself. Then stop. You are not responsible for converting every truth into a plan during a pause.
The pause is the plan.
The Witch offers a practice you can fold into a minute at your desk or a shoulder of evening on the couch. Ground, guard, give. Ground. Feet or seat heavy, eyes on one steady point. 4 in, 6 out. Guard. Hand to sternum. Add the and clause to your next sentence. Give. 15 minutes to what you love today, booked like an appointment that medicine would envy. If you can't find 15, give 5. 5 kept is greater than 45 promised. If you feel yourself float, lay weight on yourself the way you would on paper curling in dampness. A blanket if you have it, a coat if you don't, crossed arms if you have only you. Humming counts, rocking counts. The nervous system loves rhythm more than reason. You do not have to explain why this works for it to work. Before we rejoin the day, choose one kindness you can complete in 60 seconds. Pour water and drink all of it. Step outside and let the air touch the inside of your nose with its clean insistence. Text your witness a tiny report, landing, and let their heart or thumbs up be a harbor light, not a rescue boat. Move one meeting you secretly knew could move. Put your phone face down for the length of one song you can hear only in your head. Do not grade this. Done counts. Close the pause like you would close a door someone is still sleeping behind. No slam, a gentle catch. Lift your gaze. Let the room return. If you adjusted the lamp, you may raise it by one click. If you only adjusted breath, let breath keep some of what it learned. The witch stands. She leaves no speech, only a sentence you can carry between your teeth like a key. I do not have to earn my next inhale. Try it once out loud if you can bear the sound of your own voice being kind in daylight. When you step back into your afternoon, do not expect the river to have changed course just because you sat on the bank and drank water. Expect yourself to know the current a little better. Expect to keep your feet under you in a way that makes your future self nod. Expect to miss your pause sooner next time, and so take it earlier. Pauses make time. They do not steal it. If night finds you, and the day has taken more than it paid for, do this again with the lamp on low and the stone under your palm. Report once. Still here. Lay the and in your last sentence, like a bridge you will cross in the morning. I will answer, and not tonight. I will care, and with help. I will try again, and I will not abandon myself to look kind. Witches whisper, a pause is not an absence. It is a presence with the volume turned gentle. Lower your gaze, lengthen the out-breath. Let a simple object be your lighthouse, and speak one small sentence within, and that keeps you whole. Report, don't perform. Water, stone, lamp. Still here. Part 12, Dark Night. Dark night does not knock. It lets itself in through the seam under the door where ordinary evenings never bother to look. The house is technically quiet. No neighbors arguing, no sirens, but everything hums at a frequency that reminds you of machines left on in empty rooms. You know this hour. A stubborn province of time where clocks seem to keep minutes, as if they were opinion. The lamp is already low, as you've trained it to be. The glass by the door is half drunk. The stone by the bed waits with its simple patience. You lie awake with your heart wearing heavy boots, and the thought that most tempts you is not catastrophic but practical. Maybe try to solve your whole life right now to earn sleep. This is how Dark Night begins, not with drama, but with a negotiation you cannot win. The witch appears exactly as she does in daylight, which is to say, without special effects. She takes the floor up against your dresser, like would made a reservation for her spine. She looks at you, and not the hour. No big decisions, she says, voice angled low to match the lamp. No big conclusions. We will keep watch. That is all. The phrase keep watch is relief and insult at once. Some part of you wants miracles and fireworks, a cure before dawn. The witch is not here to bargain with tide. She is here to show you how not to drown while the sea remembers its own math. The smells are different at night. Linen and the leftover warmth of skin. Dust that pretends it is nothing. A thread of detergent. A coolness from the window like metal rinsed in rain. Sound is curated. The radiator's soft tick. The elevator's throat clearing. A motorbike passing with its loneliness uncovered. You let the catalog be what it is without turning it into meaning. Dark Night loves when you audition metaphors. It will give you 1,000 and ask you to choose one to wear forever. The practice is to refuse costume changes and stay in cotton. You want to scroll. The phones of the world are lit like small, portable daytimes, and you have used them as a substitute for rescue. The witch's eyes tilt toward the face-down device on your nightstand. If you must look at something, she murmurs, look at one true object. You pick the lamp's pull chain, a dull brass oval with the memory of fingerprints. You watch it for a full breath, then another, until your eyes understand that stillness counts as a kind of movement. The chain keeps not falling. Your lungs, confused at first, practice the foreign, 6 out you use in ordinary hours. They do not become impressive. They become measurable. Your exhale makes fabric move microscopically where quilt meets collarbone. This is proof enough to continue. Dark night is the hour of uninvited accounting. Every mistake asks for a meeting, every almost returns with new evidence. Your mind opens a drawer called then and pours it into the bed. The witch lets the mess spread for a minute because forbidding it only gives it special effects. Then she puts 2 fingers on the page, the universal sign for we're keeping this line and skipping the rest. Report, don't prosecute, she says. You try. I'm scared, I'm sad, I'm here. The sentences are so small they feel like failure until you notice what happens in your ribs when you keep them exact. Scared drops your shoulders 1 grain. Sad makes your jaw unhook. Here is the only word that does not require the past to apologize and the future to hurry. Sometimes dark night is lonely without being alone. A partner sleeps beside you, breathing in the even rhythm of someone who has chosen truce with the hour. You are glad for them and annoyed by oxygen. The witch grants you a permission slip you can use without waking anyone. Hand to sternum, palm flat. Heat acknowledged. Whisper, not for drama, for orientation. I am in a bed, in a room, in a building. The building is on a street. The street is in a city or town. The town is under a sky. The sky makes no demands. This is not an incantation. It is a postal address you give your nervous system so it can deliver you back to yourself. If the body keeps ringing like a struck bowl, add water. The bathroom light is too bright. Use your phone's clock glow or walk the hallway with your hand on the wall like a person who trusts the house. Run your wrists under the tap for 10 seconds. Cold finds your pulse and negotiates in a language heat understands. While you stand there, let the mirror be smudged and unheroic. The witch appears behind your reflection, not to correct your posture, but to keep your outline company. Wave, she reminds you, and you do the 90-second practice as if someone competent were timing it because someone is you. The wave rises and makes its argument. You describe its temperature and edges as if to a weather service. Hot behind the throat, a pressure under the sternum, edges ragged but not sharp. You do not argue back. You wait for physics to keep its word. Back in bed, Dark Night presents you with counterfeit contracts. If I promise to be perfect tomorrow, may I sleep now? If I agree to never disappoint anyone again, can I have a quiet chest? The witch refuses to litigate with shadows. You can be scared and safe, she says, tired and held, unfinished and allowed to rest. You want the sentence to feel profound. It doesn't. It feels like a temperature that changed by 1 degree. For a body at this hour, 1 degree is a miracle disguised as an adjustment. There are nights when everything thoughtful fails. You breathe and you name and you rinse, and the body still vibrates like an appliance that forgot how to stop. The witch opens a file she keeps for these hours labeled not spiritual, very useful. It includes socks. It includes a blanket pulled up over your ears without apology. It includes humming under your breath like a refrigerator. It includes rocking because the nervous system likes pendulums better than promises. It includes getting out of bed and making tea at the stove with the fan on, not for ventilation but for white noise, and standing there with both hands around heat as if it could brief your bones on how to stay. The Dark Night version of boundaries is different. You are not telling colleagues tomorrow by noon. You are telling yourself not now to every old ghost that wants to discuss its memoir. Schedule them, the witch suggests, and the suggestion is almost funny until it works. Tuesday, 10 a.m., 15 minutes to think about that one conversation that did not go the way you needed. Thursday, for p.m., 10 minutes to write the email you will send or never send but must draft to stop carrying in your throat. Your calendar is not an altar, but it can be a hallway where you line up questions to handle in daylight. The night is allowed to be bad at paperwork. If you need a human, this is the hour you admit it. The witch does not romanticize suffering solo. She points to your witness, the person you nominated when the week was merciful, and suggests a text that requires nothing back, awake and landing. If you are in real danger or the thoughts feel like whether you cannot stand under, she asks you to do the practical thing no poem can replace. Reach out to local crisis help or someone who can stand in the doorway with you until the air changes. Safety before symbolism, she says, and the line is so unmagical you can trust it. There is a specific cruelty Dark Night likes. It tells you the morning will be no different. It is a liar. It has never lived in mourning. You can prove this without hope by using evidence. The dishwasher's early breath, the world's first foolish bird, the way the window outlines itself before the glass believes in light. The witch will not let you promise joy. She will let you promise weather change, which is a better promise because it arrives without your permission. You do not need permission to rest, she adds, and you recognize in your bones that the sentence is meant for your grandmother and your 16-year-old self and the current you who keeps pretending to be the stage manager of everything. You will think of leaving the bed to work, to earn sleep with labor. The witch gestures back to the pillow and suggests a smaller devotion. Posture the body as if sleep is possible even if it isn't here yet. Left side, if that calms the stomach. Right if the heart insists. A hand between knees, if your lower back argues. A face turned toward the cool part of the case. Teach the body the choreography first, she says. Mind follows later. It sounds too simple to be true, but most dignity at 3 a.m. is built on logistics. Occasionally, Dark Night gifts you clarity you can actually use. Unspectacular and faithful. A sentence arrives, not grand, just serviceable. I will not use shame to mop up what is honest. You repeat it once and feel the tiniest click where ribs meet spine. Or this, I can be ordinary tonight and still be loved in the morning. Your pulse doesn't cheer.
It stops arguing.
There is also the version of Dark Night that comes mid-sleep, a startle awake with no origin story. You sit up without remembering why, already stacked with adrenaline. The witch raises one finger and points to the room. Bed, lamp, wall, door, ceiling. She has you name 5 shapes: rectangle, circle, line, curve, corner. She has you find 3 textures with your fingers: cotton, wood, brass. She has you drink half the water you left by the door because you are someone who remembers herself even when future you is a stranger. The water tastes like metals you once learned the names of in school. Your stomach decides it belongs to you again. Your heart admits it is not an alarm clock. If you drift and wake and drift, keep the rituals unembarrassed and short. Touch stone, report still here. Adjust the valve. Open a little to air, close a little to noise. Whisper thee, and in one sentence about tomorrow, I will answer, and only after 10. I will care, and with help. I will show up and leave on time. You are not bargaining with fate. You are arranging furniture so your morning self does not stub her shins on your midnight panic. It helps to know where night ends. Not in triumph, in change. The first hint is sound. The building resets its lungs. Trucks begin their municipal errands. Someone in a far kitchen runs water that carries a memory of iron. The second is smell. The cold in the air shifts from metallic to bread. The city remembers yeast. The third is light, not beams, just a paler black at the window. The witch doesn't say see. She doesn't need to. She reaches for the glass by the door and holds it up as if to salute the ordinary miracle of a planet turning weather, or not you were heroic. First light is not a victory, she says. It is a resource. You will not leap up renewed. That is not the metric. You will move like a person who outlived a hard hour and did not abandon herself for the privilege. You will make the bed not to erase the night, but to hand your evening self a smooth field later. You will leave the small lamp on while you make tea in a kitchen that smells like garlic and forgiveness. You will text your witness a laconic report, made it. You will thank the stone with your palm and the water with your mouth, because gratitude is easier when it's tactile. You will go to the window and let the sky convince you it has more than one color. Dark night will visit again. That is part of living. You are writing a manual for your nervous system in paragraphs it can actually read at 3 a.m. The manual is not mystical. It is a list of remembered doors: lamp, breath, water, wrists, wave, posture, witness, sentence with, and no big decisions, no big conclusions, keep watch. You will forget some steps next time and remember others. The night will either break like a wave or dissolve like fog, and either way you will have a name by morning. When you finally lie back and the mattress takes your weight like a friend who doesn't want a story, the witch stands. She leaves the room as she came, without making the night about her. At the door she turns long enough to give you one more sentence, the kind you can carry between your teeth like a key without cutting yourself. I can be afraid and safe. It is the smallest permission and the strongest hinge. The room exhales. Your body, surprised to find itself on the same side as your life, takes the hint. Witch's whisper. Dark night is an hour to keep watch, not to fix. Lower the light or your gaze. Let breath lengthen by one beat. Rinse wrists. Ride the 90-second wave. Refuse counterfeit contracts. Schedule ghosts for daylight. Text a witness if you need a human, and lay one and in tomorrow's sentence. Morning is not a verdict. It is a change in weather. We will meet it together in First Light. Part 13, First Light. Morning does not arrive like a parade. It tilts. The window becomes less black and more gray, then gray with ideas. The dishwasher signs its papery name. The building remembers to breathe. Somewhere a bird makes the risky decision to be first. Air changes flavor, from metal to bread, from yesterday to maybe. You do not leap up as a new person. You inventory. Pillow cool on the far side. Sheet a little wrinkled where your knee traveled. The lamp still set low like a lighthouse that pulled the night to shore and stuck around out of courtesy. You put a palm on the stone by the bed. Still here. You report, not as a revelation, as a roll call. First light is not a victory. It's a resource. The witch said so in the night, and the room agrees. Feet to floor. Not a manifesto, just the accuracy of weight. The rug remembers you. The kettle accepts its small assignment. Water speaks the quiet urgency that heat always speaks. The window is honest enough to tell you which clouds intend to keep their promises. Somewhere a neighbor coughs, a beginning into the hall. The witch sits where she has learned to sit. Back to the dresser, ankles crossed, presence the temperature of cedar. She does not ask for last night's minutes. She asks a question size for morning. What can be true at 8 that didn't have to be true at 3? You try something too big, the whole year's goodness, and it slides off. She shrugs towards smaller. Your mouth finds it. Water before words.
Yes.
A sentence with "and before my first yes."
Good.
15 minutes for what I love before the day spends that time on something else. Excellent. I will check any conclusion night handed me against daylight. That one makes a small click in the place your ribs meet your spine. The witch nods. We'll use the hinge things, she says, and you understand. Hinges are modest and world-changing. Hinge 1. The bed you left. You pull the sheet smooth, not to erase night, but to hand evening a field to lie down in without tripping. Hinge 2. The first mouthful. A full glass. Cool, not complicated, before the phone, before the news, before the world's drafts. Your stomach remembers belonging. Hinge 3. The first sentence you will carry, cut to key size. I can help, and I'll need 2 days and A's data set. Or, I want to hear you, and I need a hug first. Or, I will show up and I will leave on time. You say it out loud once, the way a locksmith tests a new cut in an old lock. The turn is clean enough to count. Breakfast smells like a practical mercy. Toast that crisped correctly, fruit with its own sugar, coffee if you drink it, and if you do, a second glass of water standing behind it like a good friend. First light sharpens the small, steam rising from the mug, the butter's obedient melt, a shadow on the table shaped like a leaf you can't see. You let your eyes do the work of believing without deciding whether today deserves belief. The witch watches your shoulders descend the width of a thumbnail. Capacity meeting, she says, and slides a sticky note and a pen across the table. You do math you used to avoid. How many yes within fit in this week without stealing breath? Which 2 nos protect the ribcage? What delay will save a night's sleep? You write 3 numbers and, because first light loves railings on narrow stairs, you circle them. You put Thursday, 3 p.m. on your calendar as the 10-minute meeting with yourself to recheck the math, because life is not impressed by Monday's promises. The witch looks pleased the way carpenters do when a shelf sits level without shims. On your commute, you let the city be a window instead of a mirror. Yesterday, the glass tried to hand you your face in warping angles. This morning, it offers a horizon. You practice the 3 and 3 and 3. See the chipped tile, the lipstick red poster corner, the soft dent in your train car's door where someone leaned their whole story. Hear the escalator's throat clear, the announcements that never pronounce your station the same way twice, the shoe squeak that refuses shame. Touch the cool pole, the paper edge in your pocket, your own ring that has learned the temperature of your skin. Your nervous system, trained by night to suspect everything, remembers the economy of noticing. The breath you borrowed from the dark comes back with interest. At work, the first request arrives dressed as a compliment. You're so good at this. Could you just? Your old reflex reaches for the sponge. First light hands you a mirror. You breathe 4, exhale 6, and speak the hinge sentence you cut at the table. I can, and I'll need 2 days and A's data set. The other person blinks, then nods. Your voice did not need to be loud. It needed to be near. A second ask arrives, wearing the word urgent like a neon vest. First light supplies its favorite question. Urgent for whom? You modulate the valve. Tomorrow by noon, and send me the outline by 5. The building does not collapse. Your body does not pay with tremor. The witch, invisible to everyone else, adjusts nothing but pride. Mid-morning your brain does the soup thing. Everything same temperature and persuasive. This is where Night's leftover contracts try to sign themselves. If I fix all of it before lunch, I can deserve rest. First Light writes a saner clause in your palm with a finger you can't see. Do one complete thing and respect its ending. You pick the email that invites the right kind of day, and you write the one clean paragraph, then stop. You stand, refill water, walk the plant square, return. The cursor blinks like a lighthouse. Faithful, not theatrical. You do the next most honest thing. It is never as dramatic as you feared. It is always more edible. At lunch you leave the screen and let your jaw be seen by air. The pocket park remembers your weight like a bench that has a crush on you. The trees rehearse wind. You chew where the mouth can hear itself, not to be noble, to be animal. The witch borrows the word you have made a companion this season. Report. What's true now? She asks, tuned low so your nerves won't bristle. You try 3 beads. Food helped, breath widened, I'm here. A friend's message arrives. Do you have time? Not urgent, just heavy. First Light makes room without lying. Tomorrow at 7, and can we walk so I can keep pace? You send. Your chest does the small, private thing that means yes without collapse. Afternoon pulls its usual trick. A meeting that could have been 2 emails calls itself a summit. A colleague's anxiety arrives dressed as your responsibility. Your hands begin to autograph paperwork you didn't author. The witch taps the inside of your wrist where your watch would measure truth. Ground, guard, give, she reminds, and you do the choreography without announcing it. Feet flat, tongue to roof, friend 6 out, hand on sternum, keep the and, 15 minutes booked at 6 o'clock for what you love, moving if needed but not canceled, never canceled. You are not making art of your life. You are making a schedule sturdy enough to hold art when it shows up clumsy and on time. There is pushback. There always is when a room has relied on your silence. Someone calls your clarity complicated. Someone calls your boundary tone. Someone calls your need a surprise. You let the words be weather passing over a roof you maintain. The mirror classification you learned 2 parts ago earns its keep. Warped, smudged, clear, window. You step back from warped, wipe your side of smudged, nod to clear, lean toward window. Your breath stays a little wider than yesterday. That counts as a change of climate. Sometime between emails and trains, First Light does its quiet generosity. It shows you a path back to yourself that does not require a full stop. You look up and find one honest color, yellow taxi, yellow poster, yellow leaf in a gutter, and let your eyes hold it for 3 breaths. You put your phone face down for the length of walking from one corner to the next. You tell your witness, choosing myself at 3:12, and their scene arrives like a harbor light. Rivals of the night, numbness, theater, despair. Dislike these domestic magics. They cannot argue with them. They are too small to deride and too durable to defeat. Home is still home, which is to say imperfect and yours. The keys make their ceramic punctuation. You rinse wrists because the day left trace minerals of other people's weather. You salt onions, and the room honors you with garlic. You do not narrate your worth over the pan. You eat and taste and put the fork down between bites so that the mouth can hear its own work. If love shares the room, you ask for the hug first and give the listening after. If love is elsewhere, you send a voice note that says, I'm landing. If love is a future you set out a glass by the door and tuck the stone where your hand will find it blind. First Light at night is a lamp on low and a promise you can keep. Small uprisings try again. Family asks, any updates? And the code of comparison flaps open. You return it with daylight manners. 2 deadlines this week. Comparisons make me anxious. Ask me what went right today. You do not over-explain. You do not audition for sainthood. The witch renames what your guilt keeps calling consequences. Results, she says. Let reality answer. It does, softly, all day, if you make space for it to talk above the machinery. There is a new kind of generosity First Light asks you to practice. Receiving without earning. Your partner reaches for you in the kitchen doorway. You let the weight transfer without presenting the day's receipts. A colleague says, thanks for saying the end out loud, it helped me do it too. and you accept the credit without immediately redistributing it to luck. A friend offers to reschedule so you can rest, and you say yes, not in defeat, in stewardship. The body that slept badly and kept watch deserves to be carried for a few steps by the day it made possible. Before the lamps return to their patient duties, you take the notebook out for the appointment you booked with yourself. 15 minutes, even if it's ugly. You do not chase evidence. You let a line arrive with its shoes untied, a chord that buzzes before it finds its note, a paragraph that lives in a smaller room than your ambition prefers. You stop on time because you mean to trust continuity more than fireworks. You write 3 beads you can remember tomorrow. 1 friction. I dropped thee in once and felt the cost. 1 kindness. I ate slowly. 1 clear mirror. Someone said seen when I chose myself. You close the book and place it where morning will see it and feel invited, not obligated. Night will come again, honest and unbothered by your plans. But you have made an east inside you, a pocket of dawn you can turn toward at 2 in the afternoon or 3 in the morning. It is made of hinges and railings and modest, repeatable moves, water before words, and in the first yes, 15 minutes fed before the world gets hungry, math on a sticky note, a lamp that prefers low. The witch stands, her chair never having scraped. First light can be carried, she says. It is not a time of day, it is an angle. At the bedroom door, you pause the way people pause at thresholds when they remember they are welcome. You touch the stone and report, still here. You lay tomorrow's and where you will find it without hunting. I will help and not tonight. I will care and with help. I will show up and I will leave on time. You leave the small lamp on while you brush your teeth. The mirror makes no promises and keeps them. The bed takes your weight like a door closing gently in a house where someone is sleeping. Witches whisper. Let morning be a resource, not a referendum. Drink water before words. Cut 1 sentence you can carry. Give 15 minutes to what you love before the day spends it for you. Do small math. Move what can move. Make east inside you. When night returns, you'll know which way to face. Part 14. Inner dialogue. The first voice to arrive is usually the loudest one you trained to keep you safe. It clears its throat in the exact tone of a memo and says be reasonable, which has sometimes meant be smaller. Another voice, clever and fast, offers you scripts that impress rooms and exhaust you. A third waits by the door with running shoes, eager to leave if anything inside becomes complicated. The quietest voice, the one you came here to meet, sits near the window with a cup of water and does not advertise itself. Inner dialogue is not a courtroom where one person wins. It's a small meeting where each part keeps the others from steering the car into a ditch. You are the chair. The witch will show you how to hold the gavel without turning it into a hammer. Begin by choosing the room where these voices meet. Not a metaphorical room, an actual corner. The end of the couch where the fabric knows your shape. The kitchen floor against the cabinet that has learned to hold a back. A bench outside that understands weather. Put one ordinary object there that says this is the place. A smooth stone, a folded kitchen towel, a card that reads, I am here. When you sit, the body will remember. This is where we talk like we're keeping something alive, not winning a broadcast. Introduce the crew out loud once, even if you feel silly. Gatekeeper, you might say, you spot risk. Perfectionist, you love precision more than people. Runner, you keep us from cages, sometimes by outrunning air. Yearner, you remember the future. If other voices show up, the host who smiles through pain, the historian who keeps archives of every almost, the critic who thinks attention equals affection, give them chairs too. The rule is simple. Anyone may speak, no one may drive alone. Now, add the body to the agenda. Put your palm on your chest the way you do when you pledge allegiance. Only this time the country is you. Breathe 4 in, 6 out. Say, I hear. Say, I agree to be here. The witch is present without spectacle, her back to the cabinet, her attention tuned to the frequency of honesty. We begin with reports, she says. Not opinions. Gatekeeper goes first. The ask at work will cost more than it says on the label. Note it. Perfectionist. The slide has a typo. Note it. Runner. The room feels like a trap. Note it. Yearner. I want 15 minutes for the thing that makes time feel long in the right way. Note it. Your job is to keep the pen moving and your jaw relaxed. Reports, not prosecutions. When it's your turn, the you that coordinates all the parts. Speak in sentences that fit in one breath and include and. I can help, and I'll need 2 days and A's data set. I want to go, and next week, so I can arrive as myself. I'm afraid, and I can be afraid and safe. The and is the hinge that keeps the door from slamming on any single truth. Your nervous system trusts hinges more than it trusts promises. Inner dialogue is most useful when you've just done the thing you swore you wouldn't do again. You said yes without the clause that keeps you whole. You burned an hour proving you were the kind of person who doesn't need sleep. You made a joke that turned your need into a souvenir people will show their friends. The critic arrives with a box of knives labeled motivation. The witch confiscates the box and slides forward a legal pad. Minutes, not knives, she says. You write 3 lines. Fact, feeling, repair. Fact, dropped the and took on extra work. Feeling, small and hot in the face. Repair, add the clause in a follow-up message. Book 15 minutes tonight for what I love. Ask witness to wave when they see me choose myself. You do not add punishment. You add continuity. Practice speaking to yourself as you would to someone whose confidence you respect. Avoid the vocabulary of crime. Swap always and never for today and next time. Replace should with want, need, or choose. Instead of I should have said no, try next time I will say and 2 days. Instead of I never get this right, try today I forgot. Tonight I'll rehearse once. This is not self-delusion. It is accurate tense. Give each part one question it is allowed to answer, and one it must hand back. Gatekeeper. What's the actual risk in the next hour? Aloud. What will people think of me in 5 years? Hand back. Perfectionist. Where would precision help? Aloud. Where must everything be flawless? Hand back. Runner. Is there a door if we need one? Aloud. Should we leave before we arrive? Hand back. Yearna. What do you want for 15 minutes today? Aloud. Must the dream be proof by Friday? Hand back. When a voice answers a question outside its jurisdiction, thank it for its enthusiasm and take away the keys. Sometimes the conversation needs to speak in the language of your hands. Write the sentence you need on a small card in thick marker and put it where your mouth will see it before your phone does. I will keep the and even when the room prefers my silence. Or water before words. Or I do not have to earn my next inhale. Touch the card with 2 fingers when you pass, not to wish, to report. Still here. There will be days when the inner meeting becomes a shouting match and you will want to adjourn without minutes. Don't. Use the 90-second wave to clear the noise. Describe where heat lives, its shape, its edge, its temperature. Then restart with a smaller agenda. We will decide only this, whether to answer now or tomorrow. Or whether to go for a walk or sit against the cabinet. Small decisions are how the big self learns it can be trusted. If you need to borrow the witch's voice, do it. She says things you can imitate without becoming someone else. Report, don't perform. Complicated is often what people say when your clarity inconveniences their habit. Leaning is physics, collapsing is apology. No big decisions in dark night, only keep watch. Reverence, not revolution. Put one of these on the inside of your head like a lint roller you use before you present yourself to a room that likes you better when you're less than you. It helps to schedule the meeting. Thursdays at 3 for 10 minutes, capacity review. Each morning, 30 seconds to choose the days and sentence. Each night, 3 beads in the notebook. Friction, kindness, clear mirror. The calendar is not sacred. The repetition is. If you miss, you do not owe penance, you owe the next one. When conflict arrives with someone you love, inner dialogue becomes a pre-brief, not an alibi. You run the 4 steps with your crew before you speak out loud. Fact, feeling, need, request. Fact, I'm late 10 minutes. Feeling, brittle. Need, soft landing. Request, hug first, talk after. You say it with the tone you would want used on you. You allow the other person their own meeting, silence that isn't a threat, a question that isn't a trap. Inner dialogue is training for outer kindness. Let's try a scene. Work sends a message at 6:58 p.m. marked urgent. Gatekeeper says, "Cost your evening." Perfectionist, "We could do it, but you'll be mean to yourself at midnight." Runner, "Door exists. Tomorrow morning." Yearner, "I want the guitar for 15. You breathe 4 in, 6 out. You text your witness. Choosing myself at 7:01. You reply to work. Tomorrow by noon, and send me the outline by 5. You put the phone face down, pour water. Touch the stone, open the notebook, set a timer for 15. The conversation in your head did not require a gavel. It required chairs. There will be backsliding. The part that thinks love equals usefulness will send flowers to every room you enter. The part that wants to disappear will insist it is better at intimacy than you are. These parts are not villains. They are interns who survived a rough economy. Give them assignments that suit their gifts. Usefulness can carry groceries. Disappearing can step away from the thread that spirals at midnight. You, as chair, keep the work with the voice that knows your name when you're not impressive. Sometimes the most honest inner dialogue is muttered while you wash a pan. "That was too much," you say to the water. "Next time I'll keep the and." You rinse. "I am tired," you say to the steam. "I will stop on time."
You dry.
"I want," you say to the towel. 15 minutes tonight. The house becomes a witness. The witch approves of houses that learn your language. If you need ceremony, use one so modest it survives a Tuesday. Place 4 empty cups on the table, 1 for each main voice. Pour water in the one that spoke most helpfully today. No speeches, only the sound of water. Tomorrow another cup may need filling. All belong to you. None replaces you. There will be moments when the inner voice that matters most, your own, arrives late to its own meeting because habit answered first. When you catch this, do not throw the agenda in the trash. Send a follow-up. "Earlier I said yes. Here is the, and I forgot. 2 days and A's dataset. I made a joke to dodge my need. Here it is plainly. I want a hug before we talk." Repair is a better teacher than shame has ever been. Some days you will have nothing to say to yourself except the smallest report. Still here. It will feel insufficient until you notice how your breathing behaves afterward. On those days, let the body talk while the mind rests. Wrists under cold water. Tongue to roof of mouth. 4 in, 6 out. Hand to chest. Lamp on low. Stone in palm. The body's grammar is older than your scripts. It speaks home, more fluently than any sentence you'll write this year. A word about tone. Inner dialogue that sounds like a coach you fear will make you fast for a week and then hate yourself on the 8th day. Inner dialogue that sounds like a carpenter will make you steady for a season, measuring, adjusting, sanding where a door sticks, oiling a hinge, satisfied when things close softly. Be the carpenter. The witch is. Close the meeting the way you will want to end your day, with one sentence that includes and sighs to fit in the mouth without strain. I will help and not tonight. I will care and with help. I will show up and I will leave on time. If you can bear it, say the sentence out loud and nod to your own voice as if it belonged to someone you trust. Then get up, pour water into the glass by the door, touch the stone, set the lamp to low. The room will learn your ritual and begin to meet you halfway. If you forget everything, keep this: reports before opinions and before apology, repair before punishment, schedule before spiral, water before words. When the inner noise rises, go to the corner that holds your chair and your small object and say the 3-bead truth: tired, tense here. Then ask the yearner for one small want. Bring it to the body within the hour. Let your parts see you carry through. Witches whisper. You are the chair, not the chorus. Give every voice a seat and a job. Let none drive alone. Speak in sentences your breath can carry and keep the end. When you falter, record minutes and repair. When you're unsure, let water, wrists, and lamp speak home. The goal of inner dialogue isn't to win. It's to return. Part 15, Practices. Practice is how love becomes furniture, sturdy, place where you can lean without thinking. You already have ideas. What you need are repeatable moves small enough to survive a Tuesday. The witch sits where she always does, back to the kitchen cabinet, voice tuned to the temperature of cedar. We are not hunting magic, she says. We are building continuity. She offers you a day you can actually live in, and a week that can hold you without dropping anything important, least of all you. Begin before language. Before your phone, before other people's weather, let water be the first sentence. A full glass, cool, steady, swallowed with the attention you usually save for emergencies. Your stomach remembers belonging. Your jaw releases one tooth's worth of grip. While the kettle decides, set your day's hinge. Speak one small sentence with an intact. Say, like a locksmith testing a key in morning light, I can help, and I'll need 2 days and A's data set. I want to hear you, and I need a hug first. I will show up, and I will leave on time. The sentence is not a vow. It is a setting. If you forget it later, you will know where to return. When thresholds appear, mark them with your body, not grand gestures. At the door, hand to sternum, 4 in through the nose, 6 out through the mouth. Feet find their weight the way cups find a shelf. The city smells like its own soup. Wet concrete, early bread, a hint of metal from an old fence. Name 3 things you can see, 3 you can hear, 3 you can touch, not for poetry, for orientation. The nervous system trusts lists it can finish. You step into the day as if the floor were on your side. Work tries to rewrite your settings. Practice answers with choreography, not debate. When a request arrives dressed as a compliment, breathe first, then let your mouth keep the hinge. I can, and I'll need 2 days and A's data set. If urgency throws confetti at your desk, check its address. Urgent for whom? If it is not yours, change your answers tense. Tomorrow by noon and send me the outline by 5. Your heart will lob you a guilt pebble. Let it hit your shoe and fall. Guilt is a weather trick. Practice is a roof. At mid-morning, schedule fidelity to something you love the way you would schedule medicine. 15 minutes, timed, not to prove talent, but to reinforce trust. Open the notebook, the instrument, the sketch pad, and give it the kind of attention you wish people gave you when you speak plainly. If you have only 5 minutes, use 5 and stop on purpose. Stopping on time is a way of telling your nervous system the world doesn't need your exhaustion to stay lit. When your body throws sparks, cool the wires. Wrists under cold water for 10 honest seconds. Tongue to the roof of the mouth for 1 breath, then soften. Shoulders down 0.5 centimeter if they agree. If they refuse, let them guard while your hands relax. Humming counts, rocking counts, a palm over your heart counts. These are not coping mechanisms. They are homemaking gestures, like turning on a lamp before dark because you intend to be kind to the evening version of you. If meeting rooms make your sentences forget there, and keep a sentence bank on paper in your pocket, written in thick marker your eyes can read at a glance. I can take this, and I'll need resources. I want to support you, and not tonight. I hear you, and I need 5 minutes to arrive. Touch the paper with 2 fingers as you pass it the way sailors touch a charm before weather. The body believes what it can feel. Practice is conversation with time. Every Thursday at 3, hold a 10-minute capacity meeting with yourself. The question is not how much can I squeeze. It is what will keep me human. 3 yes with and you will honor. 2 no's that protect your ribs. 1 delay that saves a night's sleep. Write the numbers where your eyes will trip on them, calendar, sticky note, the back of your hand if you have to. Life respects math more than it respects panic. You will forget, and that is part of practice. When you say yes without the clause that keeps you whole, use minutes, not knives. Fact, I dropped the and. Feeling. Heat in the face, small in the chest. Prepare. Add the clause in a follow-up. Book tonight's 15. Ask my witness to wave when I choose myself. Send the follow-up even if your pride would rather build a cathedral of explanations. A simple, and will do the work of 47 apologies. Families send whether disguised as concern. Keep 1 script you can reach for without tearing your pockets. I know you're worried. Comparisons make me anxious. Ask me what I did right today. If they offer you a coat that fits someone else's winter, when will you finally? Return it with daylight manners. Not my temperature today. If love shares your home, use the 4 steps when friction rises. Fact, feeling, need, request. I'm 10 minutes late. I feel brittle. I need a soft landing. Can we hug before we talk? You will want to be more impressive than this. Don't. Precision is kindness. Friendship deserves your presence more than your performance. When the invitation lands on a thin day, practice the honest later. I want to see you, and next week, so I can arrive as myself. Send a second sentence that keeps the bridge built. I'll text you Tuesday to pick a time. Show up when you say you will. Leave when you promise to. Reliability is romance's quieter cousin. It keeps every relationship you care about from starving. Spaces teach the body. Let your home conspire in your favor with 3 simple objects. A glass of water by the door you actually use, a smooth stone by the bed, a card that reads, "I am here, where the keys live." Each time you pass, do not wish. Report. Still here. Dim the lamp by 1 click in the evening so your nervous system learns the difference between day's theater and night's sanctuary. Leave 1 square inch imperfect on purpose. A book a little askew, a pillow with its crease. So order serves you without becoming your warden. During seasons of pressure, modulate with the valve. Open a little, close a little. Speak once in the meeting, then let silence carry its share. Offer 1 precise request at home instead of 3 implied ones. When you feel yourself flooding, step back the width of your breath and choose the smallest available boundary. Not a wall, a gate with a latch you control. Mirrors matter. Before you believe a reflection, classify it. Warped mirrors are projections. They make you sprint and forget your name. Smudged mirrors are old stories. They fog the present with fingerprints you didn't leave. Clear mirrors witness. Windows invite. When a room warps you, step back. When a memory smudges you, clean your side. When a witness sees you, let them. When a window opens, move toward it as if light were a teacher. Keep a witness because practice thrives under observation that does not grade. Choose 1 person who will answer a small report with a smaller reply. Landing, you text at 7:01 when you put the phone face down and pour water. Scene, they send back, or a heart or a thumbs up. On hard days, borrow language. Choosing myself at 3:12. On soft days, practice receiving. You did it, they say. Thank you, you say, without redistributing the credit to luck. At night, write 3 beads that make a necklace strong enough to wear into tomorrow. Friction, kindness, clear mirror. Friction, I removed thee and once and felt the cost. Kindness, I ate slowly and tasted orange. Clear mirror, the colleague who said, "Thank you for asking for time. It let me ask too. Do not mind for meaning." Record, the soul trusts what it sees you do every day. When storms gather, use the 90-second wave before you speak. Where is the heat? What shape? What edge? How hot? Describe the weather as if you were calling it in to someone who can dispatch help, because you are. Then add your "and." I will answer, and not tonight. I will care, and with help. I will show up, and I will leave on time. You are not bargaining with fate. You are aligning with physics. There is also the practice of repair with yourself. When you overstay, when you overshare, when you give the hour you promised to what you love to something that only loved your obedience, admit it out loud without ceremony. I spent what I meant to save. Then save the next small thing immediately. A glass of water, a walk around the block that smells like basil and wet stone, 5 minutes with the page. Repair is a bridge you can build in 1 span. On weekends, conduct an audit gentle enough to survive reality. Ask 3 questions over coffee that knows your name. What did I do that steadied me? Where did I spend myself to look kind? What will I try earlier this week? Answer in nouns and verbs, not essays. Water before words. And in first yes. 15 before the world gets hungry. 10-minute capacity on Thursday. If you need a symbol, choose one that can fit in a pocket. A small key, a fabric swatch the color of East, a ring that reminds your hand to rest on your chest once a day. Practice with fear the way you practice with the body. Don't eradicate it, orient it. You can sit here, You tell fear, pointing to a chair in the corner of your inner room, but you may not drive. If fear insists on speaking, ask it to count tiles or read street names. The mind loves errands. Give it a useful one. Some days you will want ceremony. Keep it modest so it survives your life. 4 cups on the table, 1 for each inner voice. Pour water into the cup that helped today. Gatekeeper spotted real cost. Perfectionist found the typo before it escaped. Runner pointed out a door you could open later instead of now. Yearner named the guitar or the page or the plant that needed 15 minutes. No speeches, only the sound of water. When you are tempted to earn rest with heroics, practice refusal without apology. Turn the big lamp off. Leave the small one on. Touch stone. Report. Still here. Go to bed like a carpenter closing a well-fitted door. Firm, without slam. Tomorrow we'll ask again. Your hinges are ready. If you need scripts for the places where practice meets other people, keep them spoken aloud until your mouth can carry them without a tremor. At work, I can take this and I will need 2 days and A's data set. In love, I want to hear you, and first I need 15 quiet minutes to arrive. In family, I know you're worried. Comparisons make me anxious. Ask me what I did right today. With friends, I want to come, and next week so I can arrive as myself. With yourself, I will not use shame to mop up what is honest. When a day collapses in on itself and every practice feels like a luxury, choose one. Water before words. 1 and sentence. 5 timed minutes with what you love. If even that is too much, choose the smallest possible version. A sip, a whisper, a single line. You are not failing. You are resizing to match the weather. Thin margins can carry light. Finally, remember that practice is not a performance. It is a relationship. It will be clumsy, then boring, then beloved. There will be days when you are faithful and days when you are theatrical and days when you are simply tired. The witch does not keep score the way you fear. She counts returns, not perfection. She listens for the ceramic click of keys in the bowl and the quiet sentence that begins with I am here. She watches you turn 1 hinge after another, water, and 15, valve, mirror, witness, wave, lamp, and sees a house learning to hold a life. You rinse the cup. You wipe the counter. You put a fresh glass by the door and turn the small lamp low. The room smells like garlic and the kind of forgiveness that doesn't ask for applause. Tomorrow, we'll have questions. You will have settings. And if the night comes with its old rumor, you have a pause you can carry like a key between your teeth without cutting yourself.
Still here. Still practicing. Still yours.
Witches whisper. Love is continuity, not spectacle. Put water before words. Keep 1, and in your first yes, give 15 minutes to what you love. Count returns, not perfection, and let thin margins carry light. When you forget, repair. When you doubt, report. When you worry, breathe and choose the smallest gate you can keep. Leave the lamp on for the you who comes home late. She will learn the way by your repetitions. Part 16, Healing. Healing does not arrive with trumpets. It arrives with an adjustment of weight. The chair takes you differently. The floor greets your feet as if it had been saving a spot. The room smells like itself, linen, a trace of soap, last night's garlic turned sweet, and nothing asks to be solved before you can sip water. You say still here to the stone with your palm and feel heat answer heat. The witch sits where she always sits, back to the kitchen cabinet, knees up, presence as even as grain in wood. This is not the miracle factory, she says without apology. This is the repair shop that loves you. Begin where bodies actually live. Skin, breath, rhythm. Healing is first a change in tempo. You place 1 hand on your sternum and 1 on your belly and let breath be noticed instead of supervised. For in through the nose, a small pause, 6 out through the mouth. The exhale is not a defeat. It is a delivery. Air leaves carrying ash the way a chimney proves the fire did its work. If the nervous system still rings like a struck bowl, run wrists under cool water for 10 honest seconds. Temperature is a sentence even panic understands. Humming works too, not because it is pretty, but because vibration tells the vagus nerve the village still stands. Rocking is permitted. Bodies remember being held by motion longer than they remember speeches. The witch names what you have already suspected. Your healing cannot depend on a free afternoon. It must fit inside the pockets of your day the way a prayer fits between tasks. So the house learns to help. The lamp prefers low in the evenings, so your edges know when theater is over. The glass by the door is never empty. The stone by the bed is not superstition. It is a handle you grab when the room is dark. You walk past the card that says, "I am here," and don't make a wish. You file a report. Still here. The soul trusts repetition more than fireworks. There will be a pressure to narrate your healing into a romance. Great pain, great phoenix. The witch, who is older than metaphors, does not object to beauty, only to unpayable debts. "Small mercy," she says, and slides a plate of sliced fruit toward you. Healing tastes like actual fruit eaten slowly over the sink, juice running to the wrist, a sweetness you do not owe to anyone's idea of your progress. Healing smells like soap and a towel left to dry where tomorrow you can thank you, like rain you did not schedule knocking gently at a window you forgot to close. Healing is the corridor between your impulse and your choice widening by a finger's width and staying wide long enough to keep thee and in your mouth. Inside you, there are rooms that need particular kinds of repair. One holds fatigue that sleep alone cannot solve because it was built from performing usefulness. In that room you practice rest that is not earned with heroics. Sit before you break. Lie down while the house is still tidy enough. Let the body discover that nothing collapses when you stop narrating your value. Another room keeps anger that never saw an exit with a sign. In that room you give anger tasks. Describe the heat's location, shape, edge, temperature. Write one unsent paragraph. Lift a weight and put it down with full attention. Press your feet into the floor until the calves argue, and then, graciously, unargue. A third room is where grief stacks its boxes. You will not inventory all of them tonight. You will open one, say what's inside without poetry, and put a hand on your chest while your own name returns to you like a letter forwarded to the right address at last. Healing does not avoid relationships. It rehearses repair. Rupture is ordinary. Repair is a skill. When you and your partner miss each other in the doorway, your quiet misread as distance, their joke arriving with sharp edges. You bring the 4 steps not as a sermon, but as a tool. Fact, feeling, need, request. I arrived late. I feel brittle. I need a soft landing. Can we hug before we talk? Your voice will want to run. You let it walk. The room answers with arms. You do not call this perfect. You call it workable, and workable is holy. Family will send weather-dressed as care. You have language for that now that doesn't make them villains or make you small. I know you're worried. Comparisons make me anxious. Ask me what I did right today. Some will adjust their climate to keep you. Some will stand in their old season and ask you to feel cold to prove you love them. You return the coat that isn't your temperature and keep your hand warm by your own cup. The witch does not clap. She marks a notch in the invisible doorframe where height is kept. The day you disappointed expectation you never agreed to carry, and the house did not fall. With friends, you practice presence without performance. You say, "I want to see you," and next week, so I can arrive as myself. Then you keep the appointment as if reliability were affection, which it is. In the park you walk, you listen, you let the sky do most of the talking. When you are the one with a heavy bucket, you bring the small, exact ask. Walk with me for 20 minutes. Remind me to keep the "and" in my text. Tell me scene at 7:01 when I put the phone face down. A witness is not a rescue boat. It is a harbor light that lets your nervous system celebrate the choices you want it to repeat. Healing includes repair with yourself after you act like your old weather. You said yes without the clause. You scrolled through the hour you promised to the guitar or the page. You converted your body into insulation for someone else's storm and called it love. The critic arrives with its box of knives labeled motivation. The witch trades knives for minutes. Fact. I dropped the "and." Feeling. Heat in the face, small in the chest. Repair. Add the clause in a follow-up. Reschedule 15 minutes tonight. Text witness. Choosing myself at 8:15. Shame wanted a spectacle. You produced continuity. The nervous system learns through the senses, not the essay. So you make ritual from what your hands can do without permission from your cleverness. In the morning, water before words. One sentence cut to key size with and intact. On your commute, 3 things seen, 3 heard, 3 touched, so the world is a window and not a mirror that warps. At work, ground, guard, give, feet flat, tongue to roof and soften, for in 6 out, hand to sternum and keep the end. 15 minutes for what you love, moved if needed, not canceled. In the evening, lamp to low, wrists underwater, stone in palm, report still here. You do this not because you are fragile, but because you are an instrument you want tuned. Let's talk about the body as a neighborhood. Some streets are well lit. Some alleys have bad reputations only because no one thought to hang a string of bulbs. Healing strings bulbs. You learn which foods keep your hands warm, which songs remind your ribs how to widen, which smells teach your jaw to go slack. Citrus, cedar, bread, rain on hot pavement. You stop telling your stomach to be brave and start feeding it at predictable hours. Predictability is not boring. It is kindness written in a language cells can read. You go outside for 10 minutes and let the air press a postage stamp of cold or heat on your cheek. The world is real. Your body is in it. You are not a head wheeled around by obligations. Energy returns not as a flood, but as a series of permissions. You notice you can ask for help before you're heroic. You notice you can stop when the timer rings. You notice you can leave a room whose mirrors warp you without drafting a legal defense. You notice you can say, I will show up and I will leave on time, and then watch your own feet make a clock honest. The witch calls these permissions musculature, movements that were once only ideas becoming ordinary. Sometimes healing asks for ceremony, not because the sky needs it, but because you do. Ceremony here is modest. 4 cups on the table. 1 for each inner voice, gatekeeper, perfectionist, runner, yearning. Pour water into the cup that served you today. No speech, only the sound of water. The body hears the pour and thinks, we are replenishing. Some evenings you rinse a handful of salt under the faucet and rub your palms until grit becomes smooth. You watch whatever clung to you become something that slides away. Some mornings you stand barefoot on the floor for 10 seconds before shoes, feeling the story travel from tile to bone. Gravity is your friend. There will be a fear that if you soften, you will lose your edge. You won your chair with sharpness. The witch refuses the false binary. Edges cut, contours hold, she says, and sets her mug down with a sound that doesn't jar the table. You practice being contoured. Clear, not cruel. Firm, not rigid. Warm, not available to everything. In a meeting, you make one precise sentence and stop, letting silence carry its share of weight. At home, you ask for one exact act of care and accept it without a receipt. In family, you decline the dance that always ends with your feet bleeding and offer a slower song instead. Some will adjust. Some will sulk. Your job is not to fix their rhythm. Your job is to keep your own from being stolen. The past will send postcards. A hallway smell will mail you back to a classroom where you learned to confuse attention with affection. A laugh in a glass room will forward you to a kitchen where adults decided your needs were expensive. Healing does not shred the mail. It stamps received and files it in a cabinet that is not your calendar. Schedule the ghosts. The witch reminds you when night tries to turn your bed into an archive. Tuesday at 10, 15 minutes to let that memory speak while the sun holds the room open. Then you go to the window and let the ordinary present say its piece. A bus sighs, a pigeon negotiates. Bread exists somewhere in this city. On a day when you think you have made no progress, do the audit that can survive reality. Ask, where did I return? Not where was I excellent? Where did I come back to myself after wandering? You will find it tucked into corners. The pause before a yes, the an added in a follow-up, the water poured before doom scrolling. The lamp clicked low before the house turned mean. We grade on returns, the witch says again, a teacher who has outlived a fashion of cruelty. There is grief for the self who carried everything without help. You do not dishonor her by healing. You honor her by letting her rest. Some evenings you imagine sitting next to her on the floor against the cabinet, passing her a glass of water. She drinks like a person who forgot they were allowed to need. You do not lecture, you keep watch. Healing is also this, the soft administration of time to old versions of you who did not get their share of gentleness. We cannot heal the world today. We can let the world near us be changed by our adjustments. A colleague watches you keep the and asks, "Can I borrow that sentence?" A friend sees you move your 15 minutes like medicine and decides to protect their own. A family member grudgingly switches from "when will you finally" to "what went right today." The day begins to shape itself around your continuity. This is influence without banner or speech. It smells like coffee that didn't burn and sounds like the ceramic note of keys in a bowl. If a setback arrives, and it will, you do not throw away your life.
You move with the valve.
Open a little, close a little. You postpone the thing that wanted your best and give it your good enough. You tell 2 people the truth and refuse 3 invitations to lie. You touch stone, rinse wrists, low lamp. You write 3 beads, friction, kindness, clear mirror, and go to bed on purpose. The morning does not require your penance. It wants your presence. The witch will not sell you a finish line. She will hand you a house that knows your footsteps and a body that trusts your voice and a set of sentences that stay true under weather. Your healing is not your personality, she says. It is your access. Access to your breath when rooms get loud. Access to your no when yes would fracture you. Access to your yes when fear wants to write your biography. Access to your time, so your craft finds you at the table you set. Access to your tenderness without it being used as currency you spend on other people's comfort. Before sleep, you perform your smallest liturgy. A glass of water poured and half finished. A lamp left on low while you wash your face, so the bathroom mirror doesn't pretend to be the judge of anything. A hand on the stone. A sentence with "and that fits in your mouth" without straying. I will try again, and I will not abandon myself to look kind. The bed takes your weight as if it had been waiting all day for permission to do its job. Somewhere in the building, a dishwasher signs its papery name. Somewhere outside, a bicycle bell rings twice without meaning to be symbolic. You do not force meaning. You practice continuity. Tomorrow does not promise ease. It promises chance. Chance to keep the and, to drink water first, to give 15 minutes to what you love before the world spend it for you, to widen the corridor between impulse and choice by a finger's width, to ground, guard, give when urgency arrives wearing someone else's name tag, to ask in clear language for the hug first, to return the coat, to clean your side of the mirror, to tell the witness landing and receive their scene without bargaining, to leave the lamp on for the you who comes home late. Healing is not a spell you cast once. It is a room you return to so often the furniture remembers you. When you sit, the chair adjusts. When you stand, gravity applauds. When you speak, the inn stays put. The witch, who has been here through the dark and the first light and the ordinary afternoons, stands and presses her palm an inch above your sternum without touching. You are becoming a place, she says, a line so soft you almost miss it. A place you can come back to. A place other people can meet you without losing themselves. She gestures toward the next room you will furnish. Transformation is when repair changes your architecture. We'll walk there together. Witches whisper. Healing is continuity, not spectacle. Let the senses lead, breath longer out than in, cool water on wrists, lamp on low, stone in palm. Repair with small, exact moves. Add the and, send the follow-up, book 15 minutes, touch your witness, schedule the ghosts. Grade yourself on returns. Receive care without receipts. Become a place you can come back to, and leave the light on for the you who arrives late. Transformation will meet you at the doorway you keep opening. Part 17, Transformation. Transformation does not add wings. It changes the way your feet meet the floor. The chair learns your weight, and you learn to give it honestly. The house smells like itself, soap, warm dust, a remembered garlic sweetness, and there is no negotiation to begin before you can drink water. You touch the stone and it touches back. Outside, a bus exhales. Inside, the kettle writes its thin white ribbon on air. Nothing sparkles. Everything fits better. The witch sits where she always does, spine to the cabinet. attention tuned to the frequency of exactness. Architecture, she says, as if naming a species. You're changing load-bearing walls. The first proof is not grand. It's calendar handwriting. Your Thursday capacity meeting exists without argument. 10 minutes that survived a storm and the boredom that follows storms. 3 yes with and. 2 nos that guard your ribs. 1 delay that saves a night's sleep. You circle the numbers and your body doesn't perform gratitude. It relaxes into confidence. At work, a request dressed as a compliment arrives, and your mouth reaches for the sentence that fits like a well-cut key. I can, and I'll need 2 days and A's dataset.
No quake.
No secret apology. The room reorganizes around thee, and as if it had been expecting you to use it all along. Later, someone repeats you, I can and you feel the floor of the culture shift 1 tile. Your home records the remodel in small, faithful ways. The lamp's lowest setting has become a default, not a treat. Evening learns to de-escalate without negotiation. A glass waits by the door and is actually used. The stone's heat keeps a memory of your palm. The card that says I am here gets touched in passing with 2 fingers, report, not wish, and the house, like a good instrument, stays in tune more days than not. Imperfection is no longer a threat. It is a chosen square inch, a book leaning, a pillow keeping its crease, evidence that you live here, not just perform here. At work, transformation looks like a room that stops using your body as insulation. Old urgency still knocks. You check its address. Urgent for whom? You open the valve a little, then close it a little, and make 1 clean sentence that carries thee, and without flinching. Your colleagues adjust, they always could, and the project stops pretending to be a meteor. You build an archive of follow-ups that repair dropped ends without theater. The archive earns you courage you can spend elsewhere. Tomorrow by noon, and I need B's review. The sky does not fall. Your nervous system takes notes. Storms spend faster when the building has gutters. In love, transformation sounds like choreography that learned new steps without replacing the song. A partner leans in the doorway and says, you're quiet, and what used to be a trial becomes a pre-brief. Fact, feeling, need, request. Rough wave, brittle, soft burst, hug. Arms arrive without conditions. Later, you mirror back. I can listen and I need 10 minutes to land. And the room learns to be a harbor without turning itself into a hotel. The argument you used to have at midnight moves to 4 in the afternoon and takes 10 minutes less. No one wins. Everyone stays. Family weather changes by a degree that matters. The code of comparison still arrives. You return it with daylight manners. I know you're worried. Comparisons make me anxious. Ask me what I did right today. Some days they do. Some days they don't. Your temperature remains yours. An aunt surprises you with, what went right? At the end of a call, and you feel a plank slide into place in a bridge you thought you'd be building alone forever. It's not reconciliation, it's infrastructure. Friendship transforms from availability to presence. You say, I want to see you, and next week so I can arrive as myself. And then you arrive as yourself. A walk replaces a loud room, and conversation stops auditioning for an invisible panel. You practice receiving without receipts when a friend says, proud of you for keeping me, and you answer, thank you, full stop. The space that opens is where intimacy likes to sit. Inside, the chorus you chair changes posture. Gatekeeper still spots risk. Perfectionist still loves precision. Runner still checks the exits. Uranus still remembers the future. But they have jobs now, not steering wheels. Minutes replace knives. Fact, feeling, repair. You jot when you catch yourself old acting. Dropped the and. Hot face, small chest. Add clause, move 15 minutes to 8:30. Text witness, choosing myself at 8:31. Repair happens so early it no longer needs a costume. Shame, bored, wanders off to haunt someone who still gives it overtime. Your craft stops begging for your leftover minutes and gets fed like something you mean to keep alive. 15 becomes 20 when the season allows, then returns to 10 without ego when pressure rises. The point is no longer the number, it's the rhythm. You put the pen down on time, and feel the dignity of stopping before the well runs sandy. A mediocre paragraph from Tuesday becomes a sentence you trust on Friday because continuity did its quiet math. Mirrors around you give up their special effects. You classify by touch now. Warped mirrors drag your breath narrow. You step back. Smudged mirrors smell like old rooms. You clean your side. Clear mirrors witness. Windows invite. You spend more minutes in front of windows than you used to, and the view rearranges your choices. I can be scared and safe, you say on a commute tunnel morning when your pulse tries an old script. Your hand finds your chest without waiting for permission. Your lungs comply. It's not magic, it's muscle memory. When pressure deepens, your architecture holds. A Friday 6:58 p.m. email marked urgent lands like a familiar test. You don't treat your body like a fire extinguisher. Phone face down. Water before words. Touch stone. Tomorrow by noon and send the outline by 5. You type in the morning. Your witness gets a laconic landing. They answer with a heart you believe. The weekend contains both errands and a nap, and you notice. This is new, that you are not performing rest to earn Monday's love. You are resting because people you love deserve you returned, not reduced. You become a place other people regulate by. A junior colleague hears your and borrows it. A meeting breathes without you hosting its oxygen. A friend texts, "You're not tonight, helped me say mine." Influence looks like soap and clean towels, and a lamp lowered one click. No speeches, only repeated choices other nervous systems can learn from by standing nearby. The witch approves. Contours hold, she reminds. Your edges have softened into something strong enough to lean on. Your body's neighborhood improves lighting. You learn the songs that teach your ribs to widen, the foods that keep your hands warm, the smells that loosen your jaw. Citrus in the morning, cedar when the house gets too loud, bread on a street that reminds you cities want to feed you. The corridor between impulse and choice stays wide enough to walk a mug through. When anger visits, it gets a task and a timer. When grief knocks, it gets a chair by the window and a scheduled hour on Tuesday. When joy barges in with wet shoes, the floor says, "Come in," and doesn't scold the water. Setbacks still come. Transformation does not cancel weather. You will forget thee, and in a room that rewards speed. You will open your phone at midnight to defend yourself against invisible juries. You will turn your body into insulation until your back reminds you it is a spine. The metric changed. Time to return. You catch yourself sooner, at the comma, not the period, at the doorway, not the highway, at the first screen, not the scroll. You send the follow-up clause without biography. You put the phone face down and lay your hand on your chest for 3 breaths, the length of a kettle deciding. You rinse wrists. You lower the lamp. Still here. There is a day when you notice you aren't bracing. The elevator mirror shows a face that belongs to its bones. Your name spoken across a room doesn't pull you forward by the collar. You sit in a meeting and make one sentence and let silence carry its weight without sprinting into it. The witch watches you not perform and looks exactly as pleased as when you learned to say, and in a shaky voice, "Reverence, not revolution," she repeats, because transformed lives look like good stewardship of ordinary hours. You start asking different questions. Not, how do I become exceptional, but how do I stay available to truth? Not, how do I keep everyone happy, but how do I remain kind without abandoning myself? Not how do I never falter again, but how do I design returns I'll actually use? Answers show up in the same 3 materials you've been using all along: breath, boundary, belonging. 4 in, 6 out. And in the sentence, witness to wave when you choose yourself. Thin margins carrying light. One evening, ceremony arrives unannounced and modest. 4 cups on the table. Gatekeeper, perfectionist, runner, yearner. You pour water into yearner's cup. 15 minutes happen for the 3rd day in a row, and everyone else nods without envy because the chairs are safe and the jobs are clear. No speech, only the sound of water. The house registers the pour. So does the part of you that used to need fireworks to trust progress. This is how endurance gets built, by attending to uncrowded sounds. Transformation reaches backwards with gentleness. You imagine the earlier you, the one who said yes to everything and called it love, sitting on the kitchen floor with her back to the cabinet. You hand her a glass. She drinks like a person who remembers thirst. You don't lecture. You keep watch. We made a place, you tell her quietly. You can come back anytime. She believes you because the room looks lived in, not staged. On a morning that smells like rain on warm metal, a stranger on the train studies floor numbers with a squint you used to wear. You don't rescue them. You soften your shoulders and keep your breath long enough for the air around you to change temperature. Sometimes that's all the help a city can receive without losing its shape. The witch approves of this too. Contours hold, edges cut. If you need a single sentence to describe the renovation, it is this: you are being run by your values more than by other people's urgency. You can prove it with receipts. There is a glass by the door, and it's always empty by night. There is a card that says I am here, and you touch it without making a wish. There are follow-ups with ands and calendars with 10-minute meetings held during weather. There is a witness who knows what landing means and answers with a heart. There is a lamp that prefers low. Before sleep, you keep your smallest liturgy, not as superstition as maintenance. Water before words. Stone in palm. Lamp on low. A sentence with and sighs to fit in the mouth without strain. I will try again tomorrow, and I will not abandon myself to look kind. You say it like a locksmith testing a key, and the lock, your chest, turns with that quiet, domestic click. Somewhere a dishwasher signs its papery name. Somewhere a bicycle bell rings twice. You don't force meaning onto any of it. You let continuity do what spectacle never could. The witch stands. She doesn't clap. She looks around the room the way builders do when drywall is finally paint, when doors stop sticking, when a person could live here. You've become a place, she says, the same sentence she whispered at the end of healing. Only now the walls answer. Next we practice staying a place when the world is noisy. She nods toward the door, not away from your life, but toward it. Your hand finds the card by the keys, still here. And the house, yours now in every weather, breathes with you. Witches whisper. Transformation is altered architecture, not added spectacle. Keep your and in the sentence, your water before words, your 15 minutes fed, your math honest, your valve modest, your mirrors classified, your witness near. Measure progress by time to return. Become a place. Then keep the lamp on for the you and the others, who will need to find it again and again. Part 18, Integration. Noise arrives first. A delivery truck idling under your window with the blunt patience of machinery. A neighbor arguing gently about keys through a door that refuses to cooperate. The kettle's thin white thread of steam. The dishwasher finishing a breath it began at 4. The city is awake and honest about it. Integration is not what happens in silent rooms. It is how your new architecture behaves under ordinary pressure. You drink water before words, not as a ceremony, but because your mouth reaches for the glass the way hands learn a banister. You touch the stone and heat answers heat. The card by the keys says I am here. Your fingers brush it without looking, the way a musician touches a lucky scuff on an instrument before sound. The witch sits where she always does, spine to the cabinet, attention like cedar, steady, fragranced by work.
Today we don't add, she says.
We thread. The threading begins before your shoes remember your feet. You speak one hinge sentence with the and intact and notice that you don't addition it. You test it the way a locksmith tests a familiar key. Turn, catch, gentle click. I can help, and I'll need 2 days and A's data set. I want to hear you, and I need a hug first. I will show up, and I will leave on time. The phrases are not promises so much as settings, and settings are how homes behave, without supervision. Outside, the air smells like steel that has seen rain. Inside, toast releases its respectable warmth. The blind lifts with a sound like paper leaving a stack. You carry your small east with you. Work greets you with calendars that look like skylines, blocks of color vying for light. Integration resists the old theater of sprint. When the first request arrives dressed as admiration, your mouth keeps thee, and without a tremor. I can, and I'll need 2 days and A's data set. The colleague blinks, not offended, only recalibrated. Later, an old-style urgent lands at a slant that used to pull you by the collar. You let the valve do its quiet hydraulics. Open a little, close a little, and write. Tomorrow by noon, and send the outline by 5. The ceiling fails to collapse, which is to say the building approves of gutters. Integration looks like instincts that do not require applause to stay. Meetings were once weather. Now they are rooms where you move in your own climate. When the conversation heats, you ground Saul's tongue to roof for in, 6 out, guard, palm to sternum, keep thee in and give 15 minutes blocked to feed what you love before the day spends it for you. You do not announce this as a method. You practice it as if the body had jurisdiction over your calendar, which it does. Someone calls your clarity complicated. You do not translate the word into an indictment. You let it pass like a cloud over drywall and keep your sentence precise. Complicated is often what people say when your contour refuses to become their cushion. The witch does not smile. She nods, a carpenter acknowledging a joint that holds. Commuting becomes a moving window instead of a mirror that warps. You count 3 and 3 and 3 not because it's cute, because it converts tunnel into horizon. A cracked tile like a polite lightning bolt. The announcement that never says your station the same way twice. The cool lip of the pole under your hand. Shoes squeak, billboard hum. The small cough of a ceiling vent. The mad edge of your ticket. The old brass of a doorframe you brush with knuckles. Your ring learning morning's temperature. Integration prefers evidence to drama. When the car dives into the dark and your reflection appears, it looks like a person who belongs to her bones. You nod at her as if across a room, and she nods back. Later. Home doesn't lose its tasks, it gains choreography. The glass by the door is empty by evening because hands lifted it all day. The lamp defaults to low. The towel dries where tomorrow you will thank you. You still drop a plate sometimes. If it shatters, you keep a smooth shard near the pepper mill, a comet's crescent you don't sentimentalize. The shard is not penance. It is proof of noticing. Integration keeps the shard and the plate, both, and stops pretending the rim is intact. You cook garlic without multiplying meaning. You taste, you salt. You call it supper and refuse to pay with exhaustion for the privilege of eating. Love shifts from negotiation to navigation. In the doorway where misreadings used to breed, you run your 4 steps like a pre-flight. Fact, feeling, need, request, without needing a bestowal of wisdom first. I'm late 10 minutes. I feel brittle. I need soft. Can we hug before we talk? Arms arrive, not as reward, as architecture that is learned to hold. Later you mirror back with your own and intact. I can listen and I need 10 minutes to land, and discover that fewer words with better weight carry farther than speeches ever did. You mark arrival by how little your jaw needs to prove you're present. Family is still weather. You stop being the insulation. When the coat of comparison tries to drape itself over your shoulders, when will you finally? You return it with daylight manners. I know you're worried. Comparisons make me anxious. Ask me what I did right today. Some days the coat comes back anyway. You hang it on the peg called Not My Temperature. Other days an ant tries the question you gifted, and you feel the bridge settle aboard more firmly into place. Integration refuses to grade family like exams. It grades returns, yours to yourself after a phone call with old drafts in its pocket. Friendship becomes presence over availability. You say, I want to see you, and next week so I can arrive as myself. And then you arrive as yourself, unimpressive and fully oxygenated. You walk the long rectangle of the neighborhood park and let the trees negotiate with wind while your words unspool at a human speed. When your friend says, proud of you for keeping me, and you practice receiving like a person who has stopped treating kindness as a currency you must spend back immediately. Thank you is a full sentence now. It opens more rooms than it closes. Inside your chest, the inner crew has chairs they no longer try to stack on top of one another. Gatekeeper spots real cost and speaks first as agreed. Perfectionist sharpens a sentence before it leaves the house and knows when to sheath the blade. Runner keeps an eye on doors without staging an exit. Yearner gets the 15 minutes by right, not as leftover. When you revert, and you will, the critic shows up with its knives, and the witch slides forward the legal pad labeled minutes. Fact, feeling, repair.
Dropped the and.
Heat in the face, small in the chest. Add clause and follow-up. Move guitar to 8:30. Text witness. Choosing myself at 8:31. You do not perform remorse. You perform repair. The nervous system prefers this math. Integration proves itself on travel days and crisis hours. At the airport, the security line smells like plastic and peppermint. Fluorescent light writes honest letters on skin. You practice. Water before Wi-Fi. Polite to your cortisol, skeptical of your inbox. When a gate change arrives with no apology, you test your hinge sentence in a new dialect. I can rebook, and I'll need a later connection to arrive sane. The agent doesn't flinch. The world adjusts around your contour because it was designed by people who breathe too. In crisis, a doctor's number on your screen, a boss's "can we talk," a school calling at a wrong hour. You do the choreography so small no one has to applaud it. Wrists beneath cold water or the memory of it. 4 in, 6 out, hand to sternum. One precise sentence you can carry through a door. I'm here, and I'll need a minute before I answer. Integration is courage measured in time. Holidays are advanced coursework. The old table smells like varnish and cinnamon and a fight from 2012. Your feet remember where the floor dips without seeing it. You come with the portable altar, a stone small enough for a pocket, a sentence on a card written in thick marker your eyes can read while people talk over each other. I will show up, and I will leave on time. You place your hand on your chest once in the bathroom, and the mirror, warped by memory, cleans its side when you do. When the moment arrives to choose between your old script and your current architecture, you ask the yearner to speak in one sentence, you keep the and, you disappoint someone else's habit, and you go for a walk with your breath when the room converts oxygen into opinion too quickly. Craft, whatever you love, stops being a place you apologize to and becomes a place that expects you. 15 minutes most days, 20-some, 5 others, and on the rare thunderhead day you miss, you do not perform penance. You show up the next day on time, as if you were never a myth. The pages accumulate in a way that refuses spectacle. The calluses form in the places that meant to carry string. The plants forgive your inconsistent watering because you have become a person who returns. Integration is a verb you conjugate with your hands. Your audit grows up with you. In the evening, the 3 beads, friction, kindness, clear mirror, arrive faster because you trained your eyes for them. Friction, I removed the and once, felt the cost and repaired early. Kindness, I ate slowly and tasted basil. Clear mirror, the colleague who said, thank you for asking for 2 days. I tried that sentence after you. You do not use your notebook as a courtroom. You use it as a ledger that tracks the only numbers the witch insists on. Time to return, ends kept. Minutes given to what you love. Glasses emptied. Lamps set to low. Your body is a neighborhood with better lighting. Integration is how you call the electrician and become one. You know the songs that widen ribs, one chord you learned by accident, a voice that can't sing but does. You know what keeps your hands warm, soup with pepper, a walk in air that smells like iron and upcoming rain, a quick push against a doorframe until the calves argue and then relent. You let predictability become hospitality rather than boredom. Breakfast at predictable hours, water before words, a moderate bedtime without making virtue a stage. The nervous system, under new management, stops pulling fire alarms to get your attention. It can knock. Results replace consequences in your language because reality is more useful than guilt. You say, when I keep the and I finish on time. You say, when I answer at 7:01, my evening tastes like food instead of apology. You say, when I move the 15 minutes like medicine, I don't pick fights with sleep. You stop threatening yourself with future punishments and start negotiating with present physics. You teach 2 people around you without forming a cult how to use the hinge, and they teach 2 more. Offices change faster than cynicism wants them to when one person's architecture votes with its sentences. There is an afternoon when you stand in a room that used to eat you and feel nothing dramatic, only alignment. The carpet is still the same hot dust. The markers still smell like childhood and solvent. The glass wall still does its metal echo. Someone laughs in a pitch that once meant danger. Your body does not volunteer to be a blast wall. It registers sound, not prophecy. You speak once, precisely. You swallow water. You answer what was asked. You leave on time. On the way out, your reflection in the elevator nods like a colleague from across the floor. Later, in your kitchen, the keys click ceramic and the note lands lower than last year. Not because you've been promoted, because gravity recognizes where you stand. Integration doesn't forbid collapse. It shortens recovery. You will still have nights when dark arrives through the seam under the door and wants to hold court. The witch takes your phone away from the jury and returns your hands to choreography. Lamp low, wrists underwater. The 90-second wave described like weather. The sentence that ends with, and not with apology. No big decisions.
Keep watch.
You sleep not as a trophy for perfection, but as maintenance for a place you intend to keep open tomorrow. Others begin to regulate by your steadiness. A younger colleague borrows your tomorrow by noon and I'll need B's review, and you see their shoulders drop a tooth width. A partner who once teased overthinking tries thorough out loud and keeps it because the room feels better that way. A family member who calculates in quotes asks what went right, and the conversation ends with a specific instead of a performance. Integration is influence that smells like clean towels and tastes like soup salted correctly and sounds like keys finding a bowl. You do not become invulnerable. You become placed. Place is transportable. In an unfamiliar hotel, you put a glass by the door, you set the lamp to low, you lay a coin in your palm like a stand-in for the stone, and you speak the hinge sentence to the sterile mirror that doesn't yet know your face. I will show up and I will leave on time. The bed, which knows too many people to be sentimental, learns your weight and returns it as rest. Morning in a different city smells like bread from a bakery you don't know. You drink water before the Wi-Fi and your ribs widen by a finger width because the body understands continuity better than geography. When someone you love is not yet ready to change their climate, integration gives you a way to stay kind without staying late. You offer one exact kindness you can carry, listening for 10 minutes, a ride, soup, money if that's what love looks like today, and then you go home when you said you would. You take your grief to the Tuesday 10 a.m. meeting you scheduled for hauntings, and you let it speak in daylight while your lungs refuse to make it weather. You are not God and you are not gone. You are a contour in a world that has enough sharp edges. Toward evening, the witch stands as if her knees were hinged to the cabinet and the floor had been waiting to release her. Staying a place, she says, while the world is noisy. That's the work. She doesn't hand you a new tool. She points to the ones worn smooth from use. The glass with its dull ring, the lamp with its preferred click, the card with its unromantic sentence, the notebook with its 3-bead entries, the mouth that can keep the and, the hand that knows its own chest without prompting. Integration is not a new trick. It is fidelity. Before bed, you do the smallest liturgy in a house that has learned not to ask for spectacle to believe. Water before words. Stone under palm. Lamp on low. A sentence sized for your mouth with N, and that refuses to fracture you. I will keep the end tomorrow, and I will not abandon myself to look kind. You hear the dishwasher sign its papery name and the bicycle bells 2 secular notes from the street, and you let both be as unimportant and holy as they are. You do not audition for relief. You practice it. Witches whisper. Integration is threading, not adding. Let the habits you built. Water before words. The end in your first yes, ground, guard, give, thin valves, small math, clear mirrors, witness pings, 3-bead nights. Run quietly under loud days. Measure nothing but returns and empty glasses and the feel of your ribs making room. Keep your place portable. A coin for a stone, a card for a wall, a low lamp wherever you plug in. Stay a place while the world is noisy, and the noise will learn your contour. ChatGPT 可能会去错。请查核重要资讯。Part 19, Echo. An echo is not a voice. It is what a room does with a voice. You notice this on a morning that smells like rain thinking about bread, when your name returns to you from the stairwell 1/2 beat after you say it. The sound is yours, but the echo belongs to architecture. Integration taught you to keep your and. Echo teaches you to hear what your life sends back after you speak. The city participates. A delivery truck hum lingers along the curb even after the engine cuts. A bus exhales and leaves behind a ribbon of warmth that braids with cool air. A bicycle bell rings twice, and the second note is always softer, not because it matters less, but because space has already learned it. You drink water before words, and the glass carries a faint ring when you set it down. It is a small cathedral bell, honest about the size of its church. At work, your sentence, "I can, and I'll need 2 days and A's data set," goes out like a clear pitch. For months, you trained yourself to sing it on key. Now you listen to what the room does with it. A colleague nods the way people nod when math checks. Another colleague, new and watching, repeats you later to someone else, and the "and" is there, unmolested, shameless. The email thread shifts tone. The subject line loses its neon and becomes a date. The echo is not applause. It is the sound of culture taking your shape seriously. Later, in a different meeting, someone uses complicated to try to sand your edges, and you feel your ribs do their practiced widening. You answer with a clean sentence, and the echo returns as silence that isn't punitive. It's a room recalibrating to the truth's weight. You leave on time, and the hallway keeps the temperature you brought to it a beat longer than usual, like warmth held in a hand. Echo shows itself in domestic physics. The keys hit the ceramic dish, and the note lands lower than last year. The house remembers you do not sprint for anyone's narrative anymore. A plate slips and does not shatter because you changed where and how you set things down. When there is breakage, you keep a smooth shard near the pepper mill and discover it changes the way you season. The hand that reaches for salt is gentler because it touches a reminder that everything carries history. That tenderness echoes through the rest of dinner. Your fork pauses between bites and you taste basil instead of your resume of usefulness. After, when you rinse wrists, the cold radiates farther up the forearms than it used to, as if the water learned your pulse and became fluent. Family sends weather that echoes down decades. You send back shape that wasn't available back then. When will you finally? Arrives with the old coat of comparison. You return it with daylight manners you have rehearsed until they live in your mouth. I know you're worried. Comparisons make me anxious. Ask me what I did right today. You expect resistance. What returns is a surprised hush, then an awkward, earnest try at your question. The new sound is fragile. You hold it with 2 hands. The echo is not perfect. Some days it returns as the old lecture with a bow on it. Still, your body, which used to wear other people's weather as if it were law, now keeps its own season 1 degree warmer than before, and that degree does not seem to reset. In love, your 4-step pre-brief ripples through the doorway. I'm late 10 minutes. I feel brittle. I need soft. Can we hug before we talk? The hug arrives and you don't narrate it. When you speak after, your voice does not need to lift itself on tiptoe to be heard. Later, your partner says, I can listen and I need 10 minutes to land. And the echo is a living thing. Your clarity returned in their dialect. Mutual tuning. Nights end earlier, not because love got smaller, but because you stopped using midnight as a solvent for what a clear sentence could dissolve at 6 o'clock. Your witness is part of the echo chamber by design. You text, choosing myself at 7:01, and receive a heart or the word seen. It is a tiny sound, almost nothing. It accumulates like rain in a barrel. On days your courage feels like a shirt you put on backwards, their reply rotates it for you, without commentary. You notice your own message echoing back hours later, when the 6:58 p.m. urgent tries its old magic, tomorrow by noon, and send the outline by 5, arrives in your hands already warm from use. The sentence has a patina now. Echo builds finish on the surfaces you touch. Inside, the inner crew no longer throws their voices. Gatekeeper says risk and you hear risk, not doom. Perfectionist says comma and you hear comma, not crime. Runner says door and you see possibilities, not escape routes. Yearner says 15 minutes and you hear the guitar tuning or the page turning instead of guilt building a case. When you drop the and, the critic jogs in with its knives. You pick up the legal pad labeled minutes. Fact, dropped the and. Feeling, hot face, small chest. Repair, add clause and follow-up. Move craft to 8:30. Ping witness. You hear your own handwriting behaving like a roof. Rain is louder than the room. the room stays dry. Echo also means the past comes back, but differently shaped. The laugh in the glass room still sounds like that childhood kitchen where adults forgot you were a person. Now it returns without teeth. You feel your jaw plan its old defense and then unplan it. The breath you practiced in dark night finds you without being summoned. I can be afraid and safe, you say once under the elevator's fluorescent honesty, and the cab answers with its soft hydraulic amen. Floor, open, go. In the hallway you catch your reflection, and it looks like someone whose face belongs to their bones. Last year's you watches from a remembered mirror and seems less alone for it. On the train, a stranger's frantic calendar face echoes a version of you. You do not lecture them with gaze or vibe. You soften your shoulders. You count 3 and 3 and 3, see, hear, touch, not as display as regulation, and space around you changes pressure as surely as weather does when a front moves. You become the quietest instrument in a loud car, and the air listens. Maybe no one else knows why breathing gets easier in your corner, but your body knows. The witch, unshowy as always, approves not with a grin but with measurable patience. Rooms keep what you practice, she has said for months. Echo is the proof. There are days when your own choices return to you as invitations you did not send but might accept. A junior colleague who borrowed your and uses it on his manager. The manager blinks, recalibrates, and the team's Friday stops pretending to be a landfill. A friend texts that she moved her 15-minute block like medicine, then writes, I think I have a page I don't hate. An aunt who has never liked modern words asks unromantically for your hinge sentence so she can tell her doctor, I can do the early appointment, and I'll need someone to come with me. Influence doesn't echo as your name. It echoes as fewer people apologizing for asking to remain whole. Echo shows up in the body with its own acoustics. A smell of cut citrus carries farther in a kitchen that trusts you to stop on time. The soap on your hands doesn't have to shout to tell you the hour is bending toward night. Your calves remember the doorframe press that releases their old argument. Your ribs widen with one song you found by accident and have placed at the exact point where afternoons try to collapse. The corridor between impulse and choice holds a new, pleasant reverb, long enough to keep thee and where it belongs, short enough that action doesn't drown in thought. On a difficult week, the echo is not triumphant. It is simply reliable. Pressure attempts its old test, 3 asks at once, each packaged in courtesy. You breathe first. You sort by address. You answer with ands. You move 2 things you secretly knew could move. The results return as a room that refuses to combust. Later that evening, the urge to earn rest with spectacle visits. Your body taps the card by the keys, still here, and that tiny tap returns louder than justification. You turn the lamp to low, touch stone, pour water, write the 3 beads in the notebook, friction, kindness, clear mirror, and close the book without mining for meaning. The night echoes the habit instead of the panic. The echo of repair might be your favorite sound. You send a follow-up that adds the clause you forgot, and it lands without drama. You arrive late and use the 4 steps instead of a performance, and the hug arrives without receipt. You say, not tonight, to a friend and offer a precise later, and the friendship doesn't shiver. It resets like a door that has finally been planed to fit its frame. The house notices, towels dry where tomorrow you will be grateful. The dishwasher signs its papery name. The lamp's filament keeps remembering to live. There is a physics to emotion that echo makes explicit. Reverberation time. In old rooms, your anger bounced for hours and your fear for days. Now the soft furniture of practice. Water, breath, stone, lamp, and sentence. Witness ping. Absorbs the sound before it can lie to you about eternity. Grief deserves its cathedral. You schedule it at 10 a.m. on Tuesday and let its hymn be tall. Guilt gets a smaller room and a shorter song. Joy, when it barges in with wet shoes, does not apologize. It laughs and towels itself on your sleeve, and the house likes the noise because it ends in time for you to sleep. Echo returns you to beginnings with a kinder ending. The mug with the hairline crack has been retired to a shelf that holds things you learned from. You do not pour the hottest water into it anymore, not because it failed you, because you stopped asking it to be what it cannot be. That decision echoes in your requests at work, your plans with love. your answers to family. You pick the tool for the job and set it down when the job changes. Somewhere your grandmother smiles in a language made of towels folded on time and soups salted correctly and beds smoothed in the morning, not to apologize for the night, but to hand the evening a field. On a Wednesday that would have broken last year's month, you practice nothing heroic. You say two ends and one no and one later. You eat slowly once. You put your phone face down at 7:01 and pour water you actually drink. The echo is a Thursday that does not have to be a salvage operation. On Saturday, the park smells like damp soil and leaf sugar. You walk the long rectangle with a friend and hear your own lines coming back to you from their mouth. Keeping the and, they say. You say, me too, and mean it without performance. The wind uses the trees the way a choir uses a nave. The sound is larger than the instruments, and exactly because of them. When the world gets loud, and it will, you test the portability of your place. In a hotel, you place a coin by the bed as a stand-in for the stone, and your palm recognizes the idea. In a family house where the mirror is smudged by history, you clean your side and let that be the only glass you keep. On a street where urgency yells in capital letters, you answer with a lowercase sentence you trust. Tomorrow by noon, and I'll need B's review. The echo is not applause. It is the absence of chaos inside your ribs. There is a humility to echo that keeps you honest. Sometimes what comes back is correction. A friend says, you said not tonight, and you didn't offer the later. You correct course without oil painting an apology on it. A colleague says, your N was clear, the timeline still won't work. You adjust the math and keep your architecture. The witch likes this sound too, the click of repair that doesn't require collapse first. If you doubt progress, listen for the changes in your most ordinary noises. Keys in a bowl, water in a glass, the lamp's tiny switch, the drawer that used to stick closing softly without fuss. Your own name, spoken by someone who needs nothing from you for the next 10 minutes. The dishwasher's papery signature, the bicycle bell, somewhere out there, 2 notes without ambition. These are small sounds. They are the acoustic map of a life that no longer requires spectacle to trust itself. You sit with the witch on the floor against the cabinet, knees up, backs learning the same wood. She tilts her head toward the room, toward the faint chorus of the day ending. You hear it, she asks. You do. Not silence, heldness. You think of the first crack in the mug, the chipped plate, the dark nights when breath was a narrow hallway, the first light when water tasted like a plan, the inner meeting where all your parts got chairs. The echo of those moments is not nostalgia, it is infrastructure. You have become a place that returns the sound of your name at the right volume. Before sleep, you keep the smallest liturgy without asking it to prove anything. Water before words. Stone in palm. Lamp on low. One sentence with, and that can survive morning's calculus. I will keep the and I will not abandon myself to look kind. You hear the sentence find the walls and come back civilized, as if the house itself had decided to help. You lie down, and the bed takes your weight like it has been practicing for you in your absence. The night begins its honest work, and you remember the only grade the witch ever asked you to keep. Time to return. You have become quick to find the door you built. That speed has a sound. It is the soft catch of a hinge that fits. Witches whisper. Listen for what your rooms send back. Let your in travel and hear how the world changes key to match it. Keep soft furniture in your days. Water, breath, stone, lamp, witness. So feelings reverberate and then rest. Accept corrections without collapse. Keep shards as proof you noticed. Retire tools when their season ends. Measure progress by the quieting of your ordinary noises and the speed with which you return to yourself. One more turn remains. The aftermath we leave on purpose, the call you offer and the light you keep lit for other travelers. Part 20, Aftermath. Aftermath is mourning without spectacle. The dishwasher signs its papery name. A bus exhales on the street and leaves a band of warmth in the air that a breeze immediately braids into something cooler. The keys find the bowl with their modest ceramic note. The lamp is still on low from last night's kindness. A glass waits by the door. half full in the way that means you drank and meant it. You touch the stone with your palm, and it answers heat with heat. The room smells like clean towel, a memory of garlic, and the metal honesty of rain thinking about returning. After all the weather, all the rooms, all the sentences, this is what remains: a life that fits in the mouth, a body that knows where home is, a voice that can carry in and without dropping it. We have walked through the crack and the denial, the tug and the mirror, the pressure deepening and the first honest break. We learned the pause that does not ask for permission, the night that invites keeping watch instead of conclusions, the small East called first light, and the inner meeting where every part got a chair and none was allowed the wheel. We practiced until practice became furniture. We repaired until repair became muscle. We changed architecture without adding wings. We threaded habits through noise until the day kept time with us. We listened for what the room sent back when we spoke true. Now, without trumpets, without costume, it is time to leave a useful echo behind us and make a clear invitation forward. Start with one move you will not postpone. Water before words. A full glass, cool against your palm, swallowed like a person who intends to have a voice today. While the kettle decides, speak one hinged sentence out loud with thee and intact. I can help, and I'll need 2 days and A's data set. I want to hear you, and I need a hug first. I will show up, and I will leave on time. Say it the way a locksmith tests a key. Turn, catch, gentle click. If your throat trembles, let it. Courage is a physiology before it is a brand. Choose one person to be your witness. Tell them what your landing looks like. Phone face down at 7:01, water poured, the lamp set to low, and what you want them to send back. Seen is enough. A heart is plenty. If they ask how to help more, teach them your question. Ask me what I did right today. Offer to witness them too. This is how lighthouses are built in cities. Small signals kept faithfully, not beams sweeping the horizon. Share one sentence with someone who will need it after you. Teach a teenager you love to ask urgent for whom. Teach a colleague to keep thee, and without apology. Teach a parent to say, I can do the early appointment, and I'll need someone to come with me. Teach a friend to text choosing myself at 3:12 and answer them with seen. None of this requires a podium. All of it changes rooms. Give 15 minutes to what you love like medicine, not reward. If today only has 5, give 5 and stop on time. Put the appointment where you will trip over it and move it if you must, but do not cancel. Let your future self inherit continuity instead of apology. Write 3 beads tonight. Friction, kindness, clear mirror. Because lives are stitched by small thread pulled daily through cloth, not by speeches embroidered once and framed. Carry a kit you can use anywhere. A coin can stand in for a stone when you travel. Any glass can be your altar of water. A card the size of a transit ticket can hold your hinge sentence in thick marker your eyes can read in the wrong hallway. Ground, guard, give fits in a train car, meeting a kitchen, soles, tongue to roof and soften. Hand to sternum, keep the end, 15 minutes booked and protected as if it were medicine because it is. The nervous system believes what repeats. You may want a closing ceremony.
Keep it plain enough to survive the week.
Stand by the door you actually use. Pour water and drink it all. Touch the card that says I am here with 2 fingers and report, not wish. Still here. Place your palm on your chest and say without theater, I will keep the and I will not abandon myself to look kind. If you live with someone, ask for the hug first. If you live alone, let the room be your witness. Houses remember, there will be days when you fail at all of this and love is still offered. Keep the minutes, not the knives. Fact. Dropped the and. Feeling. Heat in the face, small in the chest. Repair. Add the clause in a follow-up. Move 15 minutes to 8:30. Text witness. Landing. The world does not require your penance. It needs your return. Measure yourself by time to return and glasses emptied, not by spotless weeks. Thin margins carry light when they are used on purpose. If you need language for the people who will ask what this is, give them sentences they can actually hold. I'm practicing keeping in, and in my first yes. I drink water before I make choices. I schedule 10 minutes on Thursdays to check my capacity. I text a witness seen when I choose myself. I try to repair early instead of punishing long. If someone calls it complicated, let reality answer. Results are persuasive. Your breathing will do most of the talking. For those who want to offer care without collapsing, here is a small map. Offer one precise kindness you can carry. A ride, a call, soup, money if that's what love looks like today. Name your stop time in the same breath as your yes. Keep your and. When grief visits, schedule it for daylight and keep that appointment as faithfully as you keep your job. When joy barges in with wet shoes, let it. Towels wash. Rituals dry quickly when used. If you have a history of being loved for silence, expect some weather. Some who benefited from your erasures will call your clarity tone. Some who mistook your usefulness for devotion will notice the difference when you stop paying with your nervous system. Results, not consequences. Rooms that can keep you will adjust. Rooms that can't will tell you so by demanding less of you than your life now requires. Leave those rooms without drafting a legal defense. Take your lamp and your stone and your sentence and go. A word for the nights to come. When dark slips under the door with its old files, give it what you promised. No big decisions, keep watch. Lamp to low. Wrists under cool water. 90-second waves spoken like weather. Location, shape, edge, temperature. Posture the body as if sleep were possible and let the body teach the mind. Text a human if you need one. Morning will be different because mornings are not verdicts. They are a change in weather. A word for the mornings to come. Let east be portable. Water before words. A hinged sentence cut to fit. A glance at a window, not a mirror, so the day begins with horizon instead of performance. One complete thing, ended cleanly. The smallest kindness you can finish in 60 seconds.
Carry on.
This is your call to practice in public without exhibition. Keep the and in rooms that prefer your silence. Drink water in cultures that drink urgency. Protect 15 minutes in calendars that think only hours matter. Be a witness whose replies are small and faithful. Return the coats that fit other people's winters. Clean your side of the glass and believe the view. Let your ordinary noises, keys, glass, lamp, dishwasher, bicycle bell, become your scoreboard. Are they quieter? Do they sound like a place where someone is living, not auditioning? That is progress no rhetoric can counterfeit. If you feel the need to dedicate what you've built, dedicate it to the earlier you who carried everything without help. Sit with her on the floor against the cabinet. Pour water. Let her drink. Tell her the sentence you now trust. I can be afraid and safe. Tell her the promise you intend to keep. I will try again tomorrow, and I will not abandon myself to look kind. Leave the lamp on when you go to bed, not for drama, but for navigation. She will find the door by that light. We end as we began, not with performance, with presence. The room does not need your speech. It needs your settings. Water.
And.
15. Valve. Mirror. Witness.
Wave.
Lamp. Stone. Card that says, I am here. You already own all the tools you'll need for most days. What you didn't have, you built. What you built now belongs to the people who will learn by standing next to you. When they ask how to start, hand them a glass and a sentence. Leave a lamp on. Witches whisper. After the lesson comes the keeping. Put your smallest rituals where your hands will trip on them. Teach one person your hinge. Text one witness your landing. Add one, and in a room that prefers your silence. Repair early. Measure returns. Become a place, portable and bright, and keep the light on for those who are still learning the way.